All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean, you may say? Well, it means we do everything from printer builds and printer assemblies, such as the Flying Bear Reborn 2 over here that we pretty much just assembled on stream, and then we went through several modifications to full-on printer builds like the Mercury 0G Mercury 1 or any of the Vorons behind me, to prototyping. This was part of the closed beta test program. This is a full frame build from the ground up. We've also got a trad rack. We do some cosplay, such as my helmets right behind me, as well as doing some prototype printing for people like Free Heathen to make sure that his models actually print on machines other than his own. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I've been off stream for a few days. I had a off-site with work this week, so I was pretty busy Tuesday through Thursday, and wound up going to the urgent care Thursday because I was having some type of allergic reaction to something, and my eyes were like almost fully swollen shut. So took some heat from my wife over waiting so long, but you know, she wasn't here to force the issue. But welcome back in, everybody. It's been a long while. I've like missed everybody. I've caught some streams throughout the week, but I'm definitely missed everybody here. Hey, welcome on in, Steve Builds, Chewy, Papa Bear Yellnats, 3D Medic Vents, Free Heathen, Shenanigans, KB3D Chris, welcome on in, everybody. Shaudel, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So, yes, we do dabble with a little bit of RC stuff. We've built some drag racers and some death racers for the Rep Rap festivals throughout the year. We also have a Ivan Miranda mini tank sitting over here in the corner that we still need to get up and running around the yard to play around with. Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Yeah, what doesn't kill you make you stronger. That's pretty much the truth to it. And you know, every once in a while you got to let some of these allergic reactions and things go a little bit longer just so your body builds up a tolerance for them. Or at least that's what I'll tell myself. Yes, Chris, that was a very good stream and very, very informative, watching you take something as simple as the sex bolt and modify it to work on the black box. And what we settle on for a name? Was it going to be the Sexy Pecker now? Oh, definitely, Chris. Go get some coffee. I will tell you that I did not make a Dunkin' run this morning, but I do have plenty of coffee brewed. They're in my Yetis, which will keep them nice and warm. And of course, the initial cup in the Tripod's Garage mug here. I still need to get me a Voron mug and a KB3D mug and probably a bunch of other mugs too. So, yeah. So when we left off, we've been working on the EnderXY, which is a CoreXY conversion for an Ender 3 made by Adativa 3D. You guys may remember Adativa 3D as the company that made the Ender 3 belt printer conversion that we were working on. And I'll kind of show you about where we're at here. We've got our core mechanical build done. I will go over some of the changes I've made to the tool head and the mounting system here on the tool head. All the wires that are here are just gently run down the side and around and into the case. We hadn't wired this up, but I wanted to make sure that I had at least enough wire here that I didn't have to extend the heater block wiring, which I should be fine for what we're going to do today. And I will loosely, and by loosely I mean I'm going to reuse a length of just sleeve tubing that I have here, the split sleeve tubing. I do have plenty on hand that I can go ahead and do this a little bit nicer later. But there's some things showing up today. And basically what I'm going to tell you is, just like everything else, we're never going to leave well enough alone. Good morning, Creatix Brit. Welcome on in. So the way the kit comes is the way we built it right now. Okay, and that includes the change. Let me bring you guys in a little bit closer here. We'll go with a little bit of hand holdery for right now. Okay, that includes a H2 V2S extruder, but you will see here this is a little bit different. We went with the H2 V2S Lite, which has almost like a volcano style hot end. Rather than using an M6 threaded nozzle, though, it uses an M4. So it's a little bit slimmer, so that heat gets right into the filament a lot easier and quicker. This is also kind of a skeletonized version of the extruder, which makes it pretty nice. I really like the Revo version that we put on the Ender belt, and I'm going to really like this one. I think it's not a Revo, it's not a hot, one-handed quick change nozzle, but I think we'll be fine. I don't think I'm going to be changing out nozzles, and if I do, it's going to be just one time to go to a hardened nozzle and call it done. We still need to mount our 5015 cooling fan here, but I did get everything remounted. Now what you may be seeing here is this is plastic now, right? So this is plastic, and this is an older print in the full cage setup. And I did that just to get it a little bit more sturdiness, a little less wobbly. I mean, it's still fairly wobbly, but I think that's just the way that the belts just route right between the plate and the X carriage linear rail carriage. It doesn't allow you to get a 100% solid connection, so there will be some rocking. Should be fine. I mean, it's an Ender, right? We're not looking for massively high speed, full precision off this. We're looking for better than an Ender with a CoreXY build, and we can always redo this. I have some thoughts. I am basically what I did here. Let me grab a stand here and see if I can't set you guys down so I don't get you guys sick here on the first day back to the stream. We'll get you put there. Give me my cord. Thank you. We'll get you put there. We'll move you down a bit. Okay. So the default plate is an anodized aluminum plate, right? 3 mil thick anodized aluminum. What I was having, and you'll see there's a couple of Sharpie marks on here. The 3D printed part, if it lined up, because it has a cutout that would line up around these top two carriage mount holes, it does not line up with these holes or this one up here. So you can see kind of the offset difference here. So I actually redid this in CAD, right, in Onshape, free account on Onshape. Thank you for Teaching Tech for providing some basic videos so I could figure out how to do that fairly easily. So I basically recreated this plate in Onshape and sent it out as an STL and printed this back plate here. And then took the mount that was provided by Scott, Edge of 3D, for the H2 V2S and mounted that in just as if I was using the metal plate. Now that I know that this works, there's two options. I can take this and cut it out on my Shapeoko and make a new plate for myself. And I did make this plate a little bit taller so that all the holes mount and I can use all three of the mounting holes for this plate. The other thing I could do is basically just meld them into one big print. And then it's just one big print and I don't need to do anything other than a print. So we'll have to see. I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do next down the road as far as that goes. There's a part of me that wants to try the aluminum because, well, I've got some aluminum handy. Yep. Morning, everybody. Diamondback confirmed when. I do not plan on ever buying a Diamondback. I know that they have Diamondback Revo nozzles out there. I also know that they're like well over $100, like almost $200 for those nozzles. They're kind of crazy, and as Nero put it, for me and you, we will probably never even need anything more than an Obsidian. But if I had a printer that was pushing CF nylon or, CF PC, polycarbonate, carbon fiber reinforced day in, day out, all day, then a Diamondback would make sense. I'm not pushing that type of stuff all the time. Hey, welcome on in, Royal Nomi. Good morning. I hope you are feeling better and better every day, Nomi, by the way. Timor, good morning. Welcome on in. It's your day off, so that's a good start. There you go. I had my alarm set for 8 o'clock today, and I actually woke up at 7. So, oh well. I'm doing good, though. I did sleep in Thursday. I was late to work Thursday, and Friday was a later start as well because I had been taking Benadryl for a couple of days, twice a day, and yeah, it put me down a little bit harder than I wanted to, but I think my body needed to sleep to deal with whatever reaction I was having. Diamondback, yes, but the Revo Diamondback nozzles, which were just released at ERF, you're not going to get them on Amazon yet, and they're going to be expensive. So, Free Heathen, you keep saying things like that. So, let me get through this. So, yeah, we've got this mounting. There's a little bit of shake and wobble to it still. Some of that is just the looseness of the carriage on the linear rail. The rest of that is, once again, we're screwing through a plate and we're capturing the belt basically between this plate and the actual linear rail carriage. So that adds a little bit of shake and wobble. It should be okay. This will be a tinker machine. And I'll explain that in a second what I mean by tinker machine. The other upgrade that comes with this, as I'll say a manufacturer / stock upgrade type of situation, is you can go to the SKR Mini E3 V3 board, which of course I was going to do regardless, but the kit as it came from Adativa to Edge of 3D or Edge of 3D Scott included the H2 V2S extruder and the SKR Mini E3 V3. We have a few more things to wire up on this. since the last stream, the motor wires that they provided for the top here was about, oh, I believe they're 1 meter. I went ahead, because I'm a glutton for punishment, and just bought some 2 meters. So this cable is way long for the extruder. I probably could have gotten away with 1.5, but I'd rather have it long and cut and re-terminate than have it, go get 1.5 meter and then those are still too short. Everything else, we've got extension cables for the thermistor. I used the thermistor extension off of the EnderXY Plus, so that works out nicely. We need to mount the 5015 cooling fan, get that routed down here. Go ahead and plug in the heater wires, and we'll have the controller fan and the LCD, and then we'll be wired up. We will need to put a bed surface on here. For starters, we'll just use the one that comes with it and the binder clips, which is kind of like a build tack surface on a Garolite plate. Peanut gutter license. Awesome, Royal Nomi. That is awesome. I am glad that she got her driver's license. That is awesome. And for those of you that are following along in the Discord, Cedacraft is about 1 week into his trucking CDL driver's course. So he's actually posted a few pictures. I believe it's like CR or JR England is the company he's going through. And he's about a week into his training to become a truck driver. Let's see. Yeah, I know you're mocking me. That's cool. But I will talk about a smaller kit here in a minute. I think I've lost chat a little bit. All right, what are you putting out there, Timor? Cut and crimp is better than solder than re-crimp. Well, and the thing is like I said, I would much rather have a longer cable, and I'll try and see about how much I truly need to get there and not have it really tight. Like the heater wires might be a little bit tight for now, but like I said, I don't want to make any permanent changes just yet, and I'll show you why. The perfect follow-up to this project. Yeah, CR England. There you go, shenanigans. There we go. Okay, so this is Ender3 NG CoreXY conversion. Okay, so this basically just takes it a step further. Looks like it has a triple lead screw to a single Z motor. So that feels like a little bit more of a frame for a kind of bugaboo-ish with a little bit more extrusion frame. Not bad though. He seems to be enjoying himself. If you're talking about a Cedacraft, yes, he did post something today that, he's enjoying himself, but he's kind of, Him and his instructor, But that's instructors. Instructors, whether they're the military or any class that I've ever walked into, the instructors are kind of make this quick determination of whether you've got what it takes and you've got the attitude that it takes as far as they're concerned or not. And that's all based on their experience. And it's like, well, you're never going to make it in my industry type attitude. Ignore them. Good morning, Capricorn Tubes. How are you doing today? Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, from what I've seen of the truckers that I have dealt with, they're either hard-nosed a-holes or they're just like, yeah, dude, whatever, right? A lot more of them, I'll say, are hard-nosed, but that's just, it can be a rough life, you know? But the one thing that we were going to talk about was we do have another build coming up. And that build is predicated on me actually getting the prints done so we can get that build started. And I was chatting with Free Heathen yesterday because we're going to do a build of a Voron V0. Let me change the scene because the color is better on this one. So we're going to be doing a Voron V0, and we've got a red anodized frame from LDO. And this is a V02 S1 kit from LDO, right? So we have the red anodized frame. And in talking with Free Heathen, I think we're just going to kind of go a little nuts. So what you see here, this is Purple Mist, Sparkle Purple Mist by Sparta 3D. And of course, on the right is their fluorescent red. So it's not going to be the same red, but I think it'll pop a little bit. And so I think the primary color for the printed parts will be the Purple Mist. And then the fluorescent red will be the accents. And with the red anodized LDO frame. Right, and the reason I didn't open this one up to show you guys is both of these are ABS Plus. They're the Sparta 3D Sparkle ABS Plus, okay? That's not the filament I'm going to use. I have filament that should be showing up between today and Monday from Sparta 3D, and it is their PC ABS. So I am going to print the polycarbonate ABS blend. It's still the Sparkle. It's still those same colors. And that's what I'm going to use on this build. So I need to get that filament in and get those prints started. I've already got all the plates sliced and ready to get printing. I'm just waiting on the filament to arrive. And as soon as it gets here, I'm going to start printing. Now, the other thing that I was going to chat about, let me bring something up because I will say thank you to Modlight because, you know, I always need help buying new things, right? Actually, let me come over here. We'll do this view. So I was chatting with Modlight and he was talking about the issue wasn't the fans I sent him. The issue was the board. The fan outputs on the board were fried. So he needs to get a new controller for his... it wasn't an Ender conversion. It was a, was it an Anycubic that you were adding the stealth burner to? Yeah, you do, shenanigans. You do. Yep. Oh, I've watched a couple of them coming back from Earth or 3D Printopia that I'm surprised there wasn't more accidents on the way home. Yeah, so as you'll see here, I have a new Libra computer La Potato coming because I'm a glutton for punishment. And I took a look at it and I was like, what the hell, right? I also have another Big Tree Tech screen coming because, well, I kind of like Klipper screen on my LDO Motors 2.4. So I think I'm going to wind up with Klipper screen on the Trident and the 2.4 using this Big Tree Tech Pi 4.3 TFT display. And I'm having some issues with the Klipper screen on the Flying Bear. And it's weird because it'll finish a print but then I can't, like I can start a print with Klipper screen, but when it finishes, for whatever reason, I can't, like the screen freezes, right? And I don't know what's going on, but what I'm going to do is I picked up a couple of things. So we've got a MakerBase MKS Pi and their 3.5-inch TFT display. Now they say that it works with the MakerBase Pi or the skipper board. Awesome, Chris. Cheers, my friend. Like, here, let's do things right here. So, really, come on, work with me. Thank you. For those of you that are here and have your coffee, raise it up high and cheers to a wonderful morning. We started off here with rain. It's going to rain most of the morning, but my yard needs it. So we'll have a quick coffee break here. Cheers, everybody. But as we were discussing over here, so I got the MKS. This is a TFT 35 display. Now what's in that printer now is a MKS TS35 display, not the MKS Pi TS35 display, which means it's got the the standard dual LCD connectors that we're used to on a standard display. But this one will connect via a FPC, the flat ribbon cable, like you would on a Pi. Now, what I was reading is it says that it only works with their MKS Pi or the skipper board. So I went ahead and got the kit that includes the MKS Pi. I'm going to see if I can get it to work with the standard Raspberry Pi 02W that I have in there. If not, then we'll swap it out and put the MKS Pi board in there and make it work. Yeah, it's 65 degrees out and it's not pouring, but it's drizzling. So we'll see. So I do have this on order. That'll be here on Tuesday. So we'll play with that a little bit. And then just because I need some things, right? And I can't leave well enough alone. I keep hearing about the Manta E3 EZ board that is supposedly a drop-in replacement for the Ender 3 series boards. So I kind of have one of those that'll be showing up today with the CB1 module and 5 of the EZ2209 stepper motors. So, well, yes. So today, the EnderXY will be running SKR Mini E3 V3 board, which means the 2 Z motors are attached to the same driver, which means we can't do things like Z tilt. So I'll have to kind of manually play with it. But we will be doing a upgrade series to this next while I'm printing the parts for our LDO kit, in which we'll put in the E3 V3, the E3 EZ V1 board, which will give us 5 stepper drivers, which means we will have independent Z motors and we'll be able to do Z tilt. Yeah, I won't kill the SD card slot. There is they have made amends and it will work without tearing up anything on the board. And there is also an option of doing ECC memory on it, in which you wouldn't need the SD card for the CB1 module. And yes, I've got a Chaotic Labs Voron tap coming as well. and you'll see that this is the tap V2. And the nice thing with the tap V2, which just came out, is it supports both 5 and 24 volt. So this should be a drop-in replacement for Dragon, which is running the printed revision 8 tap. And I'm going to swap that out for this one. So, because I really like the tap that's running everywhere right now. And I may also take a look, because with the same belt routing, it should be able to work. Well, no, this looks like it's a closer belt routing than the Vorons, but it might actually still work, and I might be able to even put a tap and a stealth burner on the EnderXY if I wanted to. So yeah, that's kind of me and my Amazon big day deals, you know. Not to mention, so we'll go on another little quick tour. So as some of you know, I picked up some filament right before Earth that came in, and that was the filament down here. So the 5 on the bottom are the HueForge Fire Pack from Polymaker, and then there's 2 of the Halloween packs from Polymaker that I need to break into. We had the Sparta ABS that I ordered at Earth that came in. So there's the Purple Mist, the Obsidian Black, the Mud Brown, the Galaxy Black, and Sparkle Bright Orange. We also have a bit of Polymaker coming over here. This is all of the Twilight colors. Or I'm sorry, not Twilight, Starlight colors. So that came in. And then we have all of the Sparta 3D PC ABS that's coming in. So yeah, I've been a little busy, Beaver, as far as my filament stash goes. So I do not need filament for a while. And all of the Starlight filament is going to be used for Toys for Tots. I'm going to be just putting that on a couple of printers and running Toys for Tots for days. And I've already got a bunch, so. They literally released the KB3D Orange, or is it just the electric pineapple? ABS 1.5. That's great, Chris, because I've got, which ones did I have? I had the radioactive orange in the ABS 2 and the alpha particle orange in the ABS 1.5 and 2.0. And I think I also have red dwarf in the 2.0. So that's great. So you're telling me I need to order some more fusion filaments, or do you stock them? Do you stock the fusion filaments, Chris? My delivery guy doesn't hate me, but I will get 2 or 3 different stops from Amazon because my wife also orders stuff from her account, and so we'll get multiple, yeah, we'll get multiples. All right, that sounds good, Chris. So it's the electric pineapple. Awesome. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, back over to this thing that we were working on today called the build, is we need to go ahead and install our hot end heater wires here. I've got them run under the printer, and we just need to go ahead and install them in their appropriate spot. Once again, there's no polarity on these, so there's no order that goes into here. We just need to get them installed. And I've already loosened the lugs, so we should just need to get these pushed in and screwed down. Which is always fun. And do a tug test. So that was one. And so like I said, I did not want to go through and tidy up all the wires because I do have a lot of wire. Like most of the Z motor or the A and B motor wires and stuff like that, we've got length for days back here. And I'll work on getting those tidied up. Right now I just want them out of the way of the movement line so that we can actually get this thing moving and working today. So we got that plugged in. The only other thing we need to do is plug in our display again. So we'll try and figure out which side of this was okay. See the residue of some hot snot. So this is the side that was in the board to begin with. So we'll get this put in place. And we're going to bring this around and just kind of through the side there. And then we'll lay that over there and we'll plug that in here in a minute. The other thing that we will wind up doing at some point is this does have a provision on the hot end. I'm going to bring you guys back up here so that we can see the entire printer. So we do have a provision over here for BL Touch. I thought I still had one around here. I don't. So I'll have to go ahead and get a BL Touch. And we can wire that in as well. So we'll have the ability to not only do Z-tilt adjust down the road, but as well we'll have auto bed leveling. So, hey, good morning, Pez Liz. Welcome on in. Your coffee is very strong today. Yeah, I've got, so this was a cup of, I'll say full test. I've got another cup that's full test and then another cup that's like half caffeine, half decaf. A leaf collecting mission. Okay, not sure what that's about. Yeah, if only you had printers that could keep up with you. Exactly, Liz. Yep. So once again, I've got everything kind of loosely in here. We've got, we need to add our cooling fan, our part cooling fan, and one of the extension wires. And once we get that done, I think that's the last thing that we need to install from a physical mechanical perspective. And then it will be on to playing around with the firmware. And I'm questioning. I question whether these are self-tapping into the plastic or not. We'll see real fast here. We kind of dig through my available, actually the available nuts and bolts and stuff that I had left over to see what I can find. And I think I'm just going to quickly go to, I'm just going to grab out of my stash because it's going to be easier than digging through like 50,000 little bags. And these should probably be something like about a 20. Awesome. So this, so the holes on here are bigger than an M3, and there's no provision for a language. So hard sometimes. There's no provision for a captive nut, which means like coming in here, it's not going to work. There's nothing for it to thread and hold on to, and it goes right into the motor. So I'm wondering if this was maybe made for heat set inserts. So let me take a quick gander with a heat set. See what we're kind of looking at here. We might have to put a heat set insert in there. Pretty close. We'll put a heat set insert in there. And I'm not going to worry about putting my handy dandy heat set insert tool in for 2 heat sets. We'll just fire up the soldering iron and we'll push a couple of heat sets in. We're going into ABS here, so should be pretty good. We'll use our standard flattening tool, aka the flat side of our tweezers. Now make sure that we have a flat or as flat as possible surface. There we go. That stuff out of the way here. At some point, I think we need to do a Dragon Den cleanup stream. What do you guys think? Would you be interested in one of those? I'm just teasing. I wouldn't make you sit through one of those. Okay, so we're going to have to, yeah, it looks like the 20 will have to be the ones that we'll use. It should get us into our plastic, and yeah, that'll work. Give us a little bit, that should be fine. Uh-oh. I haven't been paying attention to chat. What's going on in chat? So are boron's worth the price? It depends on what you want to do. If you like to build, I will say borons are worth the price. And you have the ability of an open ecosystem that you can mod and work with. With the bamboo, it's a out of the box print experience, but you give up some of the ability to customize. Like they're just kind of locked down. Their version of Klipper is locked down. You're locked into their ecosystem. Yeah, you can use different filaments and stuff, but there's still some issues with it. Ooh, your dog chewed up your soldering iron the other day. That's not good. I'm not sure what you're in for, Chris, but the one you got strictly for heat inserts, okay. Uh-oh, do you have a bamboo coming, Liz? Thank you for the lurk, Royal Nomi. You need to invest in some of the boxes like Fabrico Merc 1 came in. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Ozzy. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. He does have, see, that's the one thing I don't have is a bamboo. And I've thought about it. I really have. Um, I just, I like to build and I like things that are open, but at the same time, I think there's a value proposition in a bamboo from a, like I said, you pop it out of the box and it prints, right? And people are starting to make some things for the bamboo ecosystem. Like we've got the Big Tree Tech Panda Revo, so that you can put a Revo on your bamboo. You're seeing a few people with some engineering samples out of Earth that are doing content on that now. You've got, there's a group that just came out with a touchscreen that basically gives you more options than the Bamboo X1 touchscreen, or maybe it's I think it's the X1, but it might be the P1S or the P1. But yeah, there's some options that are hitting the market now that are making it a little more open and a little more palatable. And once again, there's a lot to be said about the ability to just have it work out of the box. And the biggest selling point I think out there is the AMS, right? And to date, yeah, it generates a lot of quote unquote poop, but it's probably the easiest multicolor system out there for now. So nothing to wire, nothing to worry about. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I believe there's quite a lot to worry about with the bamboo in the sense of, like fixing the hot end, fixing the bed. There's quite a bit that you have to wind up doing on a bamboo, or can wind up doing, depending on whether or not you get a good one or a flake, right? But yeah, I haven't bought into it yet, and I don't know. Don't run iron filament through it. Yeah, and I think the use case there would be more of, if I actually started printing a lot more to sell things, then it would make more sense in a print farmy type of environment. But hell, I just printed somebody a Darth Vader armor set, and the only thing I could print it on to get it to the right size was my Ender 5 plus 0G downstairs. Right? So it wouldn't have worked on a bamboo unless I went in and actually sliced the file up even more than it was, which just becomes, I'll say, a pain in the butt. So we're going to leave it the way it is right here for the strain relief, and that's great. I just went and did that and left my flipping wire here. Like, Luke, what are you doing? Okay, that was awesome. So they do provide extension cables here, right? And they're really easy. They just, plug it in. So, and just make sure that it is red to red, black to black. And then you undo the zip ties that you just did. so you can add this to your cable sleeving and then redo your zip ties. And preferably take it off without slicing the wire, which may be easier said than done. Here we go. The good news is they give you plenty of zip ties. If you run out of zip ties on this build, you've rebuilt it way too many times. At that point, you just need to cut your losses. And by the way, Kevin, I am definitely interested in seeing a K2 clip bed mount for the Rook soon. Like there needs to be a, I mean, that's the perfect shape for it. So there just needs to be a K2 clip bed mounting plate for that. It's got to happen. And I don't think I'm going to do the bottom one this time. Let's do the two top ones. And once again, like the wiring up here is going to definitely stay the same. But once again, once I get the other board in, we'll be making a board change. So I don't really want to redo any of the wiring down here yet at the board side. But we will be working on that once the other board comes in. We'll do that on stream because, well, why not? That's good content. And like I said, I'm just going to leave this loose for the time being. And this is the park cooling fan that we're going to bring around and ground under and through the woods. The other thing that I did here is I printed a plastic piece, and that plastic piece one second here. Yeah, so this is why you got to double check. So for this fan, it's power on the left and signal on the right. So this would be backwards. So if I plug this in, I would kill a fan. So let's depen and swap the pins on this. You know, that would be my guess, is that the LDO Leviathan is purpose built for that printer. That is a good guess. I would also be interested in whether or not they're using the Galileo Z's for that, or if they needed more oomph to get that gantry up. Yeah, so some of these, it looks like some of the wires on these extensions may have been reversed as well. And I'm not going to worry about them because they are end stops and thermistors, which they're not, we'll say they're not polarity driven, because we can easily go in and, you know, add an exclamation point or not, and change the, we'll say change the direction, or basically change the true or false on them fairly easily. But fans, you've got to make sure your polarity is correct, or you will short your fans and possibly your board. So fan polarity, yes. Your heaters, not polarity sensitive. Of course, your input power is polarity sensitive, but your Endstops and your thermistors are not polarity sensitive. So yeah, just be cognizant of that when you're working on your boards. And eventually what we'll do is we'll bring this together. We'll add a couple of zip ties just to really keep things clean from a cooling perspective and stuff like that. We'll just add a zip tie to kind of hold those all together and make them look nice and pretty. I guess I could do that now. And once again, eventually when we get all of our wiring finalized with the new board, of course, we'll add sleeving and do all that pretty, you know, pretty stuff. Do a build like we're used to building. Orange drag, or yeah, Gold Dragon to Orange Crush. Nice. And you're going to post some pictures of that transformation, right? So we'll do like that. That'll help keep these wires kind of tamed and out of the way. When we add the top back on with our little fan, which we will do later. I'm not going to worry about adding the top back on just yet. And I did find a handful of M5 lock nuts, and I remembered where the rest of them were when one of the M5 standard nuts fell off. And it's on each of these idlers, there should be a lock nut on each one of the XY idler bearings, and then we had the ones in the back holding the A and B motor in. So we got all those squared away. I think all of that's good. We're up to, and we're all wired in, except for we need to plug in the display, which of course will be easier if I just walk to the other side. And I would say it would be easier if I walk to the other side. It's going to be easier if I pull it out and look at it, because I can't remember, and I don't think it shows. Of course not. Okay. Undo those, and we'll figure out which one is EXP3, which is, we have EXP1, 2, and 3. So we're going to go into EXP3.
Happy Saturday. One day at a time indeed.
Oh, hey, Thunder Keys. Thank you for the subscribe, or the resubscribe, actually. You subscribed for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. That is awesome. Whoops. And this is the, I'll say, kind of the pain in the butt, because these are very short screws. So we're using I want to say it was like a 45 spacer and a 50 screw, which I at first was like, really? Like, why are they doing that? And then I realized, well, they don't really have much of a choice. There's really not a whole heck of a lot of room right here to work with, but at least it's a lot sturdier of a mount than, because we're using a screw through an aluminum offset than we had on the belt printer, which was, a long printed extension that was just floppy no matter how you printed it. So let's see. Yeah, did somebody say orange? Yes, somebody did say orange. Orange, you glad it's Saturday? There you go. There you go. I.e. Prusa Killer. The color reminds me of my client's colors, Company Orange Crush Construction. Oh, nice. Hey, welcome on in, Fotis. Thank you for coming in this morning. We are sitting here enjoying some coffee, and I think we've got basic stuff put in place and in line. We could probably pull this. Yeah, this needs to come in here somehow. We'll bring that all the way to the side. So this will just kind of loop in about here. And probably what I'll do, there's really not a lot of places to do any type of wire management here. So I'm just going to run a couple of zip ties right here around this XY joint, just to hold our cable down to give a little bit of cable strain relief there. We'll figure out something a little bit later. Maybe we'll create another printed piece that gives us a couple of wires or wire tie bosses or something. That's that. We need to get our build plate. What do we do with the build plate? We've got the build plate that came with it. We'll have our binder clips that'll hold it on and then get in the way. Hey, Tripod, how are you doing today? Welcome on in, sir. Welcome on in. We are getting ever closer to our first print on this new printer. So that's there, that's there. I am going to raise this up by hand a little bit more. And then I'm going to do some measurements on the back side of the rail just to see how close I am to trammed, because I won't be able to do that. We won't be able to do like a Z-tilt adjust right now until we get the new board in. So what I'm going to do is just take a measurement on one side, 105.92, a measurement on the other side, which I can say is going to be way off. So let's bring this side up some. Okay, that's at least close. Like I said, I just need to make it as close as possible. And once we get the new board in sometime today, The next stream we'll be able to play around with swapping the board out for that new Manta E3EZ board. Whoa, what's going on?
Cheer
Pavement
100,
King, hey
cheer
Chris.
100.
Thank you for the 200 biddies there, Chris. I appreciate that. Pro Nerd, how's it going, Tripod? Yeah, he's definitely the laser pro nerd. Definitely the laser pro nerd. And by the way, I really liked your latest video, Tripod, on laser safety. I really did like that video. Good content. Good content. All right, so I'm definitely going to have to get some electric pineapple because remember the Rook 2020 that I had down at your booth at Chris, was actual Polymaker orange ABS. But yeah, we are there. They provide a YouTube video for installing the firmware. We're going on to an SKR Mini E3 V3 board. So it should just be flashing the Marlin firmware onto that board. So I will grab a 8 gig micro SD card. We'll call it a NETAC basic board. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop the firmware.bin that is provided on the manufacturer's site to this SD card. And I'm really not sure what else is on this particular card, so we'll check that out too. I'm going to do that over here on the MacBook just because I believe I've downloaded all the files over here before. So or at least I thought I had it over here. Well, you know, I wonder if I moved it under my documents printer files already. And that's a no, so maybe I did put it down over here. Okay, so give me 1 second here as I just go to Adativa's site and pull it down because that'll just be the easiest and quickest way. But on their website, they do provide, under their resources, they do provide the firmware for the SKR Mini E3 V3 board. Yeah. And they do have the firmware.bin, and they also have a printer config file for this board. Interesting to see if this is a Marlin config or if it goes straight to Klipper. I guess we will find that out very shortly. Okay. So, moment of truth. We've got our firmware.ben on here. We're going to go ahead and insert that. Which way does it go? Got that inserted. We've got our LCD on. Let's give her some power and see where we're at. Good thing is no magic smoke. We do have a screen. Bugfix 2.0.x, Marlin firmware.org. So it did have Marlin firmware on it. We are getting good temperatures for the. Let's see if we can't move you guys over here some. God, I hate these screens. Like, there really needs to be a better screen. But anyhow, we do have temperatures showing up on here. I know it's just simply I need to mess with brightness and contrast stuff, but we are seeing temp stuff here. So I am going to just go ahead and test home and see if it's moving in the right directions. So we'll see. And that's a negative for that direction. Homing failed, printer halted, please reset. Okay. Homing failed, printer halted, please reset. So we're going to need to do a reset. So our X was going in the wrong direction, and it looked like our Z was going in the wrong direction. And you know what I really want to do, right? Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to just say the hell with it. We're going to put Klipper on it. And the reason I say that is because I've got mini E3 V3 Klipper firmware on here already. And I'm just going to take this, the Marlin firmware off. Because I have mini E3, SKR mini E3 V3, let me rephrase that. I do know I have firmware for this, but I may still have to recreate it just for the fun of it. So give me 1 second here. We're going to this one, stop there, come Black Dragon. So what I'm doing is I used to have an Ender3 over here in the corner. The Raspberry Pi that ran that Ender3 under Klipper is still sitting over here, so I'm just going to grab that. I just shut it down, so I'm just going to grab that real fast and bring it over. And we'll be able to plug into our SKR Mini E3 V3 here. But we'll be able to just basically go straight to Klipper, which is, I mean, let's face it, that's what we really want to do anyhow, because it makes everything else so much easier. Because as soon as I plug in Marlin and things are going in the wrong direction, yeah, I can sit here and change pens. I don't want to change pens. I just want to make it work, and it's going to be easier to set up using Klipper anyhow. There is a printer config on their resources page that I'm assuming was going to be correct. I know that may be a false assumption, but what I need is I just need to get the Klipper firmware for the Mini SKR Mini E3 V3. And I was just going to build that real fast and then download it. So Windows 7.2, blah, blah, blah. Open, login is I. Long password. And yeah, it was really cute. And I liked, I put the 4.3 display on it, the Victory Tech TFT or Pi TFT 4.3 display on it. And it's really big for that printer, but it works. And the nice thing with having Klipper screen on it is I could print, we could just run print straight from the Klipper screen. You didn't have to sit there and try and mess with the Wi-Fi, which was hell over at Earth. Okay, so what is it I need to do? Come here, go there, go there. hobbies, 3D printing, printers, Ender 3. Where's my Ender 3? There we go. And there we go. So we got that, and let's go to the Adativa page and we'll download the printer config file. Which of course it opens up as a text file, not a downloadable file, which was great. What am I looking for? Vice. You know, I'll say it really, really sucks when you organize things on your laptop or your desktop or whatever, and then you can't remember your organization strategy. Okay. So we've got the initial printer config from the vendor site. We've got a firmware bin file for the host. So let me eject that. Put that in there. We'll boot this up. Maybe we'll put that in there. We'll reboot this. And this should flash Klipper onto here. And we're just going to give it a second. It's going to stay as a blank screen because chances are it's going to need the printer config file to tell it what the pinout is for the screen. So we got our Raspberry Pi plugged in now. And we're going to switch our view. Yeah, and that's the thing, Papa Bear, is some readers, like even some boards, can only take up to a certain size. So normally you want to stay like 32 gig and under. Well, so once again, we can get the screen to work over here, but we're going to have to do a couple of things. So right now I'm logged into the Raspberry Pi, and we've got a standard config here that I used on my Ender 3, which was also running an SKR Mini E3 V3, right? So what I'm going to do is run a bunch of updates, apparently, and then see if it barks at me because the firmware that I just put on the card is way too old. I don't know. We'll see. If so, we'll have to do a recompile. Yeah, I mean, I have a few icons on the desktop, but I try and keep my desktop really slim, and there's a few on here I need to get rid of. Like, yeah, normally things like Idea Maker, I would just open it from, the window, and I'll just add it here if it's critical. But yeah, I tend to, StreamerBot and OBS and NVIDIA Broadcast, so these top three right here are stuff I use for the stream. And in fact, I may be going back to StreamerBot or adding StreamerBot and running it for a few things. I need to get some stuff set up so that it's a little bit better. Yeah, I'll put it that way. Yeah, we're going to do some updates. And then once the updates are done, what I'm going to do is I will rename the existing printer.config, and then I will upload the printer.config that I just downloaded off the Adativa webpage. And we'll go through and take a look at that and kind of do a little bit of comparison. Oh, yeah, my Mac, I have a bunch of things on the desktop, but that's from where I do like some screen captures for this or that. And I just haven't gone through and properly cleaned up my desktop. Same thing with work. I've been taking a lot of screenshots from the offsite that we were just doing. So I need to take those and properly adjudicate them into their respective space. So Scott, you're relatively new onto the stream today, I think. But right now we're using the SKR Mini E3 V3. But I do have a board showing up today that is destined to go in here. And that is the SKR E3EZ board because it has 5 discrete stepper motors and CB1 capability. So it'll be an all-in-one board rather than this, the hodgepodge that I have right here. So that will eventually go in here, and that will also enable me to run Z-tilt, adjust, and stuff like that on these beds. I'm also seriously considering just hard mounting the bed as opposed to using the springs. Just put it straight into aluminum spacers. I'm going to take a seat for a moment while we're doing this. So while it's doing its updating, which is oh so exciting, we'll come back over here and do a little bit of print show and tell. So Kyber Dragon, I've been printing off these. These are the dolphins for the Toys for Tots. So I've got some chameleons going downstairs on the Prusa Mini. I've been doing some dolphins up here. And this is the Galaxy Dark Blue, I believe, from Polymaker. So those are going pretty good. And then over on the Flying Bear here, I'll say we've done some things with the Flying Bear. So we've done some ABS prints that we actually use for the printer we're working on. And I just did this, which, yeah, that didn't work out so well. So this is a master sword. And as you can see, apparently we've got a little bit of a defect over here with something that, but we've welded shut. I'll see if I can't use a one of our X-Acto blades to open that back up and get it moving. Because it seems like we're good, like over in the top corner over here, but then over on this side, it kind of welded shut. So I'll see if I can't open that up and get it functioning. But yeah. Running the board in an Ender 3, did a video on installing it on a stock Ender 3 with a CPU. Yeah, and I think Modbot did one as well. It shouldn't be that hard to do and get running. Shouldn't be that hard. Update, full done. So, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this. Yeah, we'll just call it Ender 3 printer config. And then I'm going to upload the printer config file from the other computer. And that will give us a baseline to start from. Documents, hobbies, 3D printing, EnderXY, printer config. And this is where I'll say, like right now, the display is not working, but if I will download that, yes, keep. Open that in now we'll do that with VS Code. Okay, so now we've got stop the release note. Go away and stop. Yeah. So now we've got our old config that we can pull some things from, and we'll have this board. Now we're still going to be, even if we do a firmware restart, we're still going to be most likely not connecting. And that's because in our printer config, we're going to not have our Klipper board set up right. Nice. This has the BL Touch installed, which we're not going to have just yet. So let's comment that out. Save home Z. We won't need this. Now we won't need that, and we won't do the bed mesh either. So there's a lot of this we're gonna have to comment out for right now because we're basically, we'll say, going stock. Whoops. So stepper X, Endstop pin. Let's double check the Endstop pin here. So the X Endstop pin is PC0, so that is correct. These we'll leave that stuff for now. Y Endstop PC1, that's correct. Z Endstop PC2, that is correct. We'll keep the currents and stuff the same for now. The extruder, this is probably going to change. Let's take a quick look at the Biqu website because it does have some parameters down here that we'll need to look at. Klipper rotation distance 3433. Rotation distance 3494. We'll say that was 3433, right? That'll give us a starting point. Nozzle diameter and filament diameter correct. Ear pin's correct. Ooh, thermistor. NTC 100K. So we'll change that to what they suggested. There we go. Sensor pin is PA0. That is correct. So what we're doing right now is we've uploaded the base configuration from the vendor website, and we're just validating some things like the rotation distance because we're using a slightly different extruder than they had. We're just grabbing that from the Biqu website. And they say max temp is 270, so we'll change that. Min temp 0, we really want a slightly different min temp, but we'll mess with that a little bit later. Run current. They suggest 800. Meter bed is standard generic Ender 3. Controller fan would be PC7. No. Nozzle fan. PC6. No, wait. Yeah, that's right. No. So they have the nozzle cooling fan, should be PC7. I'm going to double check for my config here because I wired up the fans the same way. So heat break cooling fan, PC7. Let's just do a little something like this. Fans will be right. Temperature sensor CB1. No, we've got the Big Tree Tech SKR and a Raspberry Pi. Let's update that. I don't know why this is way down here. I like to have that stuff front and center up at the top. The board pins here, this is for the header, or for the for the probing section. We don't need that just yet. Head screws. Yeah, so there's the display header information. We're just doing some rearranging some stuff here. That there, then we'll grab this. That. We're just moving some things around right now. This kind of helps me make things a little bit better and clearer in my mind. And we're just going to get some stuff ready. This talks about a TFT touchscreen, which we are not using. We're using the standard screen. We don't have the TFT touchscreen yet. I don't know if that would cause an issue, so I'm just going to comment this out for now. And the last thing we probably need to do is we're going to have to get our serial information. This is the one that I copied from, or no, this is the one that's there. And we're probably going to have to update our serial port. We'll do a save and restart. It'll most likely still fail out. No problem. It can't. Okay, the NTC 100K, it doesn't like that. Seminoles are playing Syracuse. Okay. Yeah, John Strand, if you don't mind keeping us informed on that game, I would appreciate that. Yeah, epochs. You know what, for now, it may give us a different, we'll go with that for now, which should still work. Probably still not going to be able to talk because we do need to do our, we need to log into our Pi to get our serial port. So let's come over here. We're logged into the Pi. We need to run the ls command. So it's ls. Oh, God, I wish I could remember that. Dev serial by ID / splat, if I remember right. Yep. And here is our Klipper board. Just need to do that, do a save and restart, and hopefully it comes up. Or not. Why are we not coming up? Dev serial by ID. So did our board by some chance not flash to Klipper? Yeah, my mother-in-law went to Florida State, and I had a couple of people I know that went to Florida State. So I will tell you that I like the Noles better than any other Florida team, and I'm from Florida. But I am a Clemson Tiger fan. Okay, so the firmware did flash, which we are talking to it, and I guess the other verification here is it is showing Klipper in a STEM32. So why are we not connecting? Let me get my old man eyes here. Okay, so we are STEM32 G0B1 board, so that's good. Because that is something I didn't even think of, is there are a couple of different chips on the SKR boards. One B003, printer config, 1B003, so that's correct. Oh. Hey, what did I do? What did I do? Machine, printer config. We do need to have the restart method command. We have main sail macros and time lapse. And this is default, which is interesting. You missed a slash. Oh, did I miss a slash there? Yep, I sure did. I took a slash off. There we go. Thanks for the extra set of eyes there, Papa Bear Yelnats. /dev/serial/byte-id/USB Klipper blah 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 gobbledygook. That gets done. We need the restart command. Talk about our kinematics. The main sail, that. And there's probably a couple other things here that we need to have, or certain things don't work. We don't need that. Virtual SD card, I believe we do need, and I'm not sure if I saw that anywhere else in here. Roving section, we won't need for the time being. Bed screws adjust, we will. The board pins we'll need. We commented that out because we have a display section up top. We'll redo our PIDs. Why is our printer not ready? It's not necessarily barking at us that the it's not barking at us that the we call macros, we call main sail, which we've got a main sail config here. It's got the virtual SD card pass, so that was good. We've got a couple of these things doubled up then. Macros shouldn't be causing any issue. Is it powered on? It is now. That helps. You know, having the printer powered on will help. Plugging the Pi into the printer again also helps. Let's do a firmware restart. Hey, looky at that. Things come up when you, I don't know, power the printer on and connect the Pi to the printer. Thanks, Papa Bear. Thanks, John Strand. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Yes, I am. And you can't see because, once again, the brightness and contrast is all jank. But if I can happen to get the right angle. Yep, there you go. So we are reading temps. We are getting a standard Marlin-esque. And this is the way that you can get just basic information while you don't have a touch screen. So somewhere down the road, this thing will probably have a touch screen or something else. But this means that we're up and running. Now, one of the things that we're going to do is we're just going to kind of get ourselves centered here. And we're going to try and do a home and see if it goes in the right direction. If it doesn't, we can work on that. So we'll hit home. It's moving the wrong way. Well, that was great. So we know that X is going in the wrong direction. How about Y? Y is going in the wrong direction from where we want it to go. So before we really start, I guess we can take a look at Z. Well, hell, Z is at least going in the right direction. We'll see how close we are to being. So Z is going in the right direction. We've got two that are going in the right direction. Now we say that we're homed. X negative 10 says no. So what the heck? Okay, so it's that time. So let's boron, not the GitHub, darn it. Boron design, documentation, the build, initial startup. So we've got temperature readings, right? Yeah, 1 of 3, it's a success. We got something, we got movement. That was a success today. We need to verify our temperatures. So we do have temperature readings, and we got a little bit of distance, so I can heat some things up. So we want to verify the temperatures, that when we tell it to warm up, that some things actually warm up, right? So come over here to the dashboard, and we're going to say extruder 60. I just want to see if power goes in, things start heating up. My part cooling fan kicked in, but my the actual extruder or hotend fan did not. So maybe I do have my fans reversed. Fan 0 was what I plugged the oh, I got you. I know it's on there. So we're going to tell this to cool back down. So I told the fan to kick in, which was quote unquote part cooling. So yeah, things are jacked up. So this is actually plugged. The part cooling fan is plugged into what I told was going to be the controller. So I've got some things jacked up because it just got down under 50. So this shut off. Yeah, fun. So we need to actually get in here and play with some pins again. So before we go anywhere, let's come back into our printer config. We're going to come down to our cooling zone. So our controller fan should be plugged into PB15, which would be the furthest on the left here. It is not. We plugged in a different thing there. We plugged in the part cooling fan, and we set our part cooling fan should be in PB6, which is fan 0, and PC7, which is our heat break cooling fan. We're going to change that up. PC6, which is fan 0 on the board, should be our heat break cooling fan. And the part cooling fan would be the one right up above it, which is fan 1. So this was our hot end fan in fan 0, so that should be PC6. This should be 7, and we're going to call this okay. So we want to unplug this fan, and we're going to plug it in to that one. And you should probably not do this with the printer on, but yeah. How else are we to test our wiring skills and see if we burn fans up? Then the controller fan goes over on this side. So now, save and restart. Well, I guess we can also go in here and we know that our X and Y motors are possibly moving in the wrong direction. Because position Endstop is 0, position max is all the way to the right. So in this case, our direction is backwards. So we're going to merely take that and remove it. Y, our position minimum, is going to be all the way to the front. Position max is all the way to the back, which means we want our direction to be reversed. We're going to remove the exclamation point there. So now we'll do another save and restart. And let's just start with our heaters again. We're going to say 60. And okay, so our heat sink fan turned on that time. We're just over 50. So I'm going to drop it down again and make sure that as it cools down below 50, that it does in fact shut this fan off. I guess I can bring you guys in for a closer look here. So fan's moving. Yeah, fan's moving. We're at 55 degrees. So as soon as that gets below 50, this fan should shut off. Yeah, that's the nice thing with Klipper and why I much prefer it, because when I turned this on under Marlin and the motors were going the wrong direction, the easiest fix was to unplug the motor wires and repin them in the opposite direction, or recompile the firmware and reload the firmware. Okay, so we dropped under 50C and we dropped under 50C. You can't see that because I'm not showing the right window. And browser window, web browser, properties. There we go. And when we dropped under 50 degrees Celsius on the hot end, this fan went off. So now this being our part cooling fan, right? Whoops. This being our part cooling fan is currently off. I'm going to come down here and turn on our cooling fan at 100%. And that just kicked on. So our part cooling fan is working as expected. Now for our other heater, we're going to turn our bed to 60. I'll move you guys back over here to the tripod. Come on, get in the tripod. There we go. Having difficulty. So we turn the heater on our bed. The temperature I see is going up. I'm going to feel my bed surface. And I am getting heat. So we are now going to shut our heater off because I don't want it to heat up fully. We're going to come back over to our documentation. So our heaters are working. Our stepper motors, we need to do a stepper buzz. That would probably be a good thing. But we've kind of already figured that out to a degree. Get that out of the way, put that over there. Initial startup, Black Dragon. Okay, so now I'm just gonna live dangerously and say X. Well, that worked. How about Y? And that worked too. Don't know if our offsets are good, but we're now at, we'll say 0, 0, right? We went to 0 and we went to 0. We're a little bit forward of the bed. And the initial offset, it says it's negative 17. And, or I'm sorry, that we were at 12. And let me show you what I mean. So under machine, printer config, for our Y, we say the position minimum is negative 17. And our position Endstop is negative 15. We're actually at negative 11. So we're 11 ahead of the corner of the bed, right? Now, we also have to take into account the dead space for our binder clips, but we'll do that in the slicer. By default, we should have that taken out in our slicer. So, hey, Ram Online, welcome on in, welcome on in. Thank you. So, we initially tried to install Klipper, or I'm sorry, the Marlin firmware. I installed Marlin and immediately the axes were moving in the wrong direction. And I said, wait, stop, hold on a minute. Because I actually have a Raspberry Pi here that was connected to my Ender 3 that used to sit in the back corner that's now over at Evil Diesel's house. So we just went straight to Klipper here, and because they do have a Klipper printer config, and that's what we're working on right now, is kind of going through and making a few changes. So our X and Y are now going right. Our X does look spot on to the corner or the edge of the bed. So our X Endstop position is 0. We'll call that good. Our Y Endstop position is forward of the bed by 11. So that's why we have a negative 11 here. The position min is listed as 17. I'm going to go ahead and change that to 11 as well. The position max it has at 217. We'll double check that. And 222, we'll double check both of those here. Once again, you got to be a little cognizant of your binder clips for now. We will put a KB3D build plate on here, which means I'll need to order another one when I order all the stuff for Chewy's 2.4 build. Yeah, and we'll work on some of the other stuff here as we get there. But for now, I'm going to do a save and restart. And we'll just move some things around here. And we're going to do a full homing sequence. And once again, that's pretty darn close. Let's see, what's next? We didn't do the stepper buzz. We know we're moving in the right direction on everything now. So we can go past that. Query Endstops. Our Endstops so far are working fine. So we don't need to query our Endstops. Our homing's going right. We will wind up doing safe homing soon. Our bed locating is pretty good. I do want to check and see where it shows my position at. Is X is 0, Y is minus 11, Z is at 0. I'm going to give me a little bit of breathing room on our Z there. Okay. Now I kind of do want it to do a Z in the middle. So I'm going to come back here to the safe Z home. And we're going to remove this information. So it will go to the middle of the bed when it goes to home the Z. It will do some Z hop, but we're not going to be using the BL Touch at this point, and we're not going to be doing a mesh at this point either. So it does drop the bed down, comes over X, Y, then it should go to the middle of the bedish. And it's, once again, it's doing the Z Endstop here. But what this will allow me to do next is we'll be able to do our Z Endstop calibrate. And that will help us find our Z Endstop location. Excuse me, folks. Yeah, binder clips are old school. once again, we will add the so we will do a brain fart. We will put a magnetic sheet and a PEI sheet on here. So we will do that. We will add a BL touch. Thank you, Britt. We will figure out how to do input shaping on here. I'll figure out a good place of mounting it to get it done. Yeah, that'll be an interesting way of where can we put it to get a decent input shape, or at least close enough. Uh-oh, the eclipse is happening. NASA on YouTube. Oh, wow.
Ramen that's healthy, wholesome, and jam-packed with life-sustaining protein. No, it's not magic.
Cool. So we've got an eclipse going on. FSU touchdown. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, we'll do this.
You're watching an annular solar eclipse.
We'll kind of bring this out as a separate window.
We're live from Roswell, New Mexico, and
We will mute them. And that way we can kind of have that up and we can watch the eclipse a little bit while we continue to work on our stuff here. So we don't have an inductive probe. We do need to do the Z Endstop calibrate, and that's going to set our nozzle height, right? So we'll take our Chris Riley Z Endstop nozzle probing paper. If I can figure out where it went to. It's like the worker bot named Jack. It runs all over the place. It runs amok. Every time I turn around, it disappears. So I guess we've got a perfectly good sheet right here with our Ender 3 or our SKR Mini E3 V3 spec diagram. So what we're going to want to do is run Z underscore end stop underscore calibrate. And that will let us start calibrating to our Z end stop. So I'm just going to start moving closer in 1 millimeter increments. The eclipse is going over Texas. Nice. And that's kind of pretty tight right there. So I want to go I kind of like that. And so believe it or not, I set the all right, I need to switch back over here. We'll come back to that so we can see the eclipse a little bit later. So I set the probe, or not the probe, but I set the bed height initially and set the Z probe by eye, right? And so I'm at positive, so I've dropped the bed down 0.050, and I can move this slightly. If I bring it back tight to straight 0, so this is basically 0 based on the Endstop hitting, I can pull it, but I can't push it, right? So that's pretty good. If I go, once again, 0.05 higher, I get a good tight fit. So that's not bad for an eyeball initial setting of a Z Endstop. Hey, Ram Online. So this is what I want. So I'm going to accept this. So it's going to set my new Endstop position, right? So we'll save that config. Okay. And since we're newly restarted, we're going to have to do a home all again. Okay. And by the way, I have not added any lubrication to these rails yet. And that's going to annoy me. There we go. We're going to put a little bit of 3-in-1 PTFE based oil on these. And we're just going to dab it on there and let it run down the grooves a bit. And it'll get worked in. I mean, really what I'd like to do is pull the rods back out and take them outside and spray them. I've got a white lithium grease spray that I can sit here and spray them down. Yeah, I never lubed. I never put any lube on the rod, so just moving it up and down to do the initial homing, I'm hearing it screech and it's driving me batty. So what we just did was we did a Z Endstop calibrate. Normally what you see me do is a Z probe, or not a Z probe, but a probe calibrate, because we're calibrating off of a BL touch or an inductive probe or tap, okay? So because we're using a physical Z Endstop, we're having to do a Z Endstop calibrate. Now what we're going to do is we are going to come down to our macros, and dear God, that's going to drive me nuts. Not UI, is it? Not navigation, not UI. Dashboard. And we're going to take our macros. Okay, it must have just been because I was in a smaller mode. There we go. Yeah, it's because I had the screen reduced some. So we want to use our bed screws adjust, which I'm surprised there's no macro button for. So we'll come in here to our console and we're going to do a bed underscore screws, plural, adjust. Now what this is going to do is it's going to go to all four corners, and we're going to be able to use our paper and adjust using our dials to get the right amount of pinch. So this is way too loose, so I need to loosen this, which means I'm going to rotate my my wheel to the left, or go, yeah, we're going to move it to the left, and that's going to loosen it. And boom, right there, we're tight. That was very small adjustment. We're going to say adjusted, and it's going to go to the next point. And we want to do this a couple times because, and see, this one's too tight, so we need to adjust it tighter. Hopefully we got some adjustability there on this, which we don't. That's as tight as I can get it. We're still too tight. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to say adjusted. And this is way too loose, right? So now I need to loosen this one up. Okay, that's about good. We'll say adjusted. We'll come to the front. And I'm not too worried about this one being too tight just yet, because as we work these, the whole bed is going to move as we adjust these. So that's why you always go around more than once. Once again, this was tight before, now it's loose. You're painting, like, are you filament painting, or are you painting your house or your studio? One of the two. Okay, we're still too tight back here, and I don't think I can get it any tighter. Well, that's pretty darn tight. I mean, I can start pulling it now, but we're pretty much, that's a fully compressed spring. So let's see where we go. We may have to adjust our Endstop down just a shade. To get this where we want it. And I can tell you, I'm adjusting the right side and making it looser than the left springs, which kind of tells me that I'm tilted a little bit like this. So the left side's probably a little bit higher than the right. So yeah, we may, yeah, we're gonna have to work on this just a bit. So I'm gonna abort, and I'm gonna turn off my motors. And what I want to do is see if I can't adjust the sides slightly. And I'm probably also going to want to drop our Endstop down just a tad. After I do a home, of course. So I'm going to drop that down, give myself some breathing room here. And this is, I think, some 4s. So let's turn the motor off, move that out of our way. And really, it's going to be like very, very slightly dropped. I don't need to really drop it much, because then I wind up having to do a lot more on my end stops to get things working right. And I guess I really didn't have to move the physical end stop. I could have just, you know, screwed my adjustment here just slightly. So yeah, that was great. So I'm going to start off, I'm going to tighten everything back up, right? While the bed's getting ready to go do its thing. So everything's tight. Yeah, and I'll say we're a little bit gapped there. So yeah, we gapped a bit there. I'm just going to make a minor adjustment and bring it back into line. Yeah, and I guess I did need to move the physical end stop down just slightly, because that's what's going to give me the physical offset here to have more of an ability to move my bed screws up some. Getting pretty darn close to being right on the money. You need to wake up more? Still pretty darn close, but not just there yet. So yes, coffee. Must have coffee. If you got coffee or any other energy drink to help you get going in the morning, now's the time, folks. Now's the time. Okay, we're going to see how close we are. So we're going to, I'll say, tighten up a bit here. And we're going to run our Z Endstop calibrate again. Okay, -1, we're pretty good. So let's kind of like that. And once again, we'll be able to fine tune, adjust this with our Z offset. So we save that. We'll have to do a home again. Now let's start our bed screws adjust calibration again. So sort of a new printer, and God, why is it so tight back here? Like, so this is a Ender 3 to CoreXY conversion called an EnderXY by Adativa 3D. So they're the makers of the Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit that we did. So same thing, take an inexpensive Ender 3, and when you're ready to go on and learn more, you know, you go ahead and modify versus, you know, well, actually you would get a second printer because you always need a second printer. You always need one printer up and running before you start modding the others. Yeah, once again, this back corner is just solid and I cannot make it. That is so weird. Yeah, I'm liking that. So we should be good to just go around. It's going to be tight in this back left corner. We'll just have to not print there for the time being until we get a BL touch on here and we can start doing a proper bed mesh and account for why this bed is so jank. Because yeah, this back left corner is definitely way high. So we've done our bed leveling as best as possible. We're going to have to put a BL touch on order. We need to do our PID tunes next because we don't have a probe on yet. So let's go ahead and do a PID tune. This is going to be for the bed, but we're not going to do to 100 because, well, this is an Ender 3. So we'll go to the standard 60 that we'll use for PLA. We'll start seeing our bed temp go up here. Yeah, I've got a few Vorons behind me, John Strand, and the next build in the queue is a LDO Motors V02S1 kit. We've picked the colors finally. The colors should be coming in by Monday, and I will start printing plates of parts. In fact, I'm going to check my email while we're sitting here to see if I've got updated notification of where it's at in shipping. And see if Micro Center has any like coolness for me, which they don't. So far, that answer is no. Thank you, Druid VR, for the new follow on Twitch. If I didn't notice that in chat earlier, thank you, thank you. Yeah, apparently no updates. Let's see if anything's been delivered to the mailbox already. Out for delivery, expected between 11:30 and 2:30. Well, it's 12:45, so I guess they're still within their window. So yeah, nothing's been delivered just yet. That stinks. Yeah, so we've got filament that's coming from Sparta 3D, and the decision that we made for the LDO Motors build is it's a red frame. It's a red LDO Motors frame, and we're going to use the purple mist. So it's a sparkle purple mist and the sparkle fluorescent red. But these are both the ABS Plus, and we're actually going to use PC ABS on that build. So I've got PC ABS coming. I've got all the parts, like the plates needed, sliced and ready to go. I'm just waiting on the filament to get here, and I'm going to start printing it. And then I'm going to start tweaking one of the printers to start printing the black box parts, unless Chris tells me that they've got a lot of updates coming, because I know they're adding the Sexy Pecker, which is Sex Bolt, a slightly modified Sex Bolt to fit on the bed for the black belt. He was working on that last night on stream. And Pezliz, did you get your belts done on your Cocoa Press? Because I know last time I checked, you were working on the belts still. Yeah, and with Pezliz getting the, even a bamboo with just an AMS with 4 colors, she's going to be able to start pumping out even more of the Hue Forge and making us all look like slackers. And oh, by the way, folks, there's our Eclipse over here. full on going on. It's apparently not over in my area because I'm still seeing brightness out the out the out the window here. It looks like we're on our third heat up cycle for our bed PID tuning. So you use yours and K2 Kevin Stang's ones to get you a bamboo. Okay. Because Kevin's got an X1 carbon with AMS as well, right? He has two. Okay. Gotcha. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. One of these days I may do something like that. Like I was thinking like, okay, the A1's very economical for what it is, right? So would I get the A1 with, should I get the A1 with the MMU or the whatever they're calling the AMS for that one? And it's more of a desk space question because right now I've got a Prusa Mini, and I'm really going like I don't have like if I got the A1 Mini and the AMS for it, I think I would have to get rid of my Prusa Mini. But then again, I don't have the space to put the AMS Lite next to it where it currently sits. So I'd have to find a new place to sit that stuff, right? So, and we got an ad break going on. So, yeah, and my Prusa Mini is currently sitting downstairs in my dining room. So once Mrs. Dragon is back from doing all of her travels, then it's going to be a issue of I'm going to have to get stuff or noisy stuff out of the dining room. Like she's bared with my printing shenanigans for a while now, and there's only so much she's going to take before I wind up living in the hunting stand that's sitting out in the driveway, right? Pez, are you getting ads? Oh, yeah, that was to Thunder Keys. Gotcha. Oh yeah, definitely. That is one of the reasons why all of my printers, um, whether they're Creality or anything like that, are running Big Tree Tech boards with 2209s. Like you've heard how much noise. Well, maybe you guys have heard how much noise this thing's making. Its movement is very quiet. The fan, the hot end fan is pretty quiet. The part cooling fan, it's a blower fan. It's going to be noisy, right? That's just there's no two ways about it. That's going to be noisy. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, We should be getting on the last one here, and it should complete the PID tune here. Yeah, and that's the thing, like the flying bear is not quiet, right? Because anytime you're printing PLA and stuff like that, you want to have the doors open for better cooling, or at least have the top off. The doors rattle, right? The doors really rattle on that flying bear. And of course, I'm kind of probably pushing it a little faster, right? So we're going to do the save config to save our PID tune. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll just do a home all just for proper sakes. And we'll come over here and we'll grab our PID tune for the tool head. And this one should go a little bit quicker. And we'll actually do a target of 225 because that's normally where I run PLA at, especially on a printer that I'm going to push a little bit harder. So I do tend to run it a little bit hotter. Oh, I've got an EnderXY Plus 2 downstairs in the dining room as well because it does not fit on the bench top here. That EnderXY Plus, you see the red metal railing, the feet literally sit right on those. So I am not going to run it on any one of these benches because it'll run itself off. So I actually have it on an old like butcher block wooden dining room table that sits down in the dining room. And so I've got the EnderXY, the Prusa Mini, which is so cute next to it, and then the Ender 3 belt printer right now. And the EnderXY Plus has been converted to a 0G Mercury 1.1 with the Hydra bed, and it's running the Big Tree Tech Manta M8P with a EBB 36 CAN bus toolhead board. So it's pretty quiet, but I mean the biggest noise I get out of it is it's an Orbiter 2 extruder, and you hear it every time it retracts. Like it will make a noise when it retracts. This is going to make a noise when it retracts. The V2 or the H2 V2S Revo, and I'm sure the V2 H2S, they all make noise when they do retracts because you're retracting fast and it's a metal gear. So it's metal on metal gears. You're going to hear that backlash. There's no two ways about it. Make one food printer for the lady. I thought about doing a cocoa press, but quite honestly, it's a hard sell, and I don't even think my wife would allow that hard sell. Like, it's just too hard of a sell because we don't have a use case for it, right? It would simply be personal novelty printing at this point. And it's a really hard sell for any of my 3D printers at this moment. Because I'm not like doing a print farm and making any money off of them. So, holy crap. And just like that, our hot end PID tune has happened. So definitely a lot different between the bed and the tool head as far as a PID tuning. Okay, so we've got our PID tunes done. We've done our bed screws adjust. We can't do a bed mesh yet. God, red on black, kind of hard. All right, that would be the Z-tilt and stuff like that. We can't do the Z-tilt just yet, though we will set that up eventually. Z offset adjustment. So that's basically where you do it at temp so that's really designed for the enclosed printers. And then you do another Z Endstop calibrate or a probe calibrate on a switch wire, but that's with it up to temp. We'll get our baby stepping done once we go to do a, now we're up to our extruder calibrate. We've set the extruder based on the initial or settings from the manufacturer. So we're going to take and we're going to put some filament in. We do need to get a little bit of PTFE tubing, which it does come with for the extruder. So we do need to kind of just press that down in there all the way. Pop that up. And that will lock that in. And we're going to give ourselves a little bit of a nice starting point edge there. And once again, I push it down in there and we stop. I flip this little lever forward and I can push all the way down to the hot end now. Push that lever back and now I'm pre-tension and it's got it nicely held in place there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do our, see about where we're going to be. Yeah, so we're going to come off the top of our little piece of Bowden tube. We're going to grab one of our straight edges here. And by straight edge, I mean we're going to grab a piece of tape with the factory cut edge. We're going to put that right at the 120 millimeter line on our ruler. We're going to do just like that. We're going to pull our filament up. We're going to set our ruler right at the base of our PTFE tubing. Hold our filament up and we're going to put it right at that 120 mark. So we're just going to put that on our filament. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and do a home all because we did save our, yeah, we did reset. So we're going to do a quick home all. We're going to drop the bed a little bit. We're going to heat up our extruder to 220. And then once we're up to temp, what we're going to do is we're going to tell it to extrude 100 millimeters, right? And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use our extruder controls here. We're going to tell it we want to do 50. 5's okay. 2 gets you even more accuracy. It just takes longer. So we'll drop it down to 2 for now. Oh yeah, it would definitely be fun, but we have no real use case and it's really hard to justify $1,500 for a printer that prints chocolate. Now, don't get me wrong, me and Mrs. Dragon love chocolate, but if we don't have a use case for selling it, then, you know, I don't think that one, I don't think that one's going to go over with Mrs. Dragon, right? We'll go that way. So we're up to temp, and we're just going to say we're length of 50, extrusion feed rates at 2, and we're going to say extrude. I've already got a little bit of ooze going there, so that's good to see. Yay, verily. So what that just told me was my extruder motor is backwards. Darn it. Now we're going to have to get that set up again. As far as our 120 millimeters. But we'll make sure that we're getting a good accurate measure. That's our 120 again. We do need to change the direction of our motor. So we'll come into printer config. And the extruder motor direction, we need to add an exclamation point. Save and restart. Once again, we'll go back up to 220. I don't think we'll have to do I don't think we have to home, but we'll see. Yep, let's go in the right direction now. We are extruding down here. Yay, extruding. Bring you guys over here. Done the first one. Now we're going to extrude the next 50. Awesome. So now what we're going to do is we're going to measure to see how close we are to 20. So once again, we're going to hold our filament up. We're going to put this right at the PTFE tube. And we're literally at 19. So we extruded 1 millimeter too much. So we need to make a quick adjustment. And then we're going to do the whole thing over again. Because we want to make sure that our adjustment is appropriate. Okay? And that it actually did what we wanted it to do. You don't want to just assume that it was correct. So our Where is our, here we go. The old config value times the actual extruded amount divided by the targeted extruded amount. So, phone, we'll go into our calculator, make sure we're getting clear. So our actual extruded amount was 101 divided by what we asked for, which was 100, so 1.01. And we're going to multiply that by our existing rotation distance, which was 3.433, I believe. Yeah, 3.433. Try that again. 1.01 times 3.433. And that gives us 3.46733. So 3.46733. Save and restart. John Strand, what's the Florida State game looking like? So we're going to come up here and we're going to set that back to 220. We've got our measurement set at 120. We're going to get our filament stood up and get that transferred. We'll go ahead and tell it to extrude. Well, yeah, and if you had a catering business where you were printing off things like she did for that one wedding where you're doing like the little loves or stuff like that. Yeah, we're pushing plastic, so that's good. We've made progress, Major Gamer Geek. What we're doing right now is we've pin tuned the hot end, we've pin tuned the bed, we've worked the end stops, we've leveled this this joke of a bed as best as we can for now. It's still way high in this left back corner, but it's cinched down as far as it'll go. So it is what it is there. We'll work on that. Now what we're doing is we're just dialing in our, and that's it. That's right at 20. So we're good there. And so our rotation distance, which is the mechanical side of the equation. We say, give me 100 and you gave me 100, right? So that's what we wanted it to do. And obviously continue to ooze. And apparently the fan works pretty darn good. And this is a 0.4 nozzle. And it's basically a volcano nozzle, but it's a 4mm thread versus a 6. Okay, what is that, Remelin? If I give you a box with nozzles and extruders, all brands, what would you go for? Orbiter, Rapido, Revo, etc. I have majority of the stuff I have here is running Revos. Now, Revo wise, I've got plenty of nozzles, right? I've got plenty of Revo nozzles. I have a couple of belt nozzles for the belt printer. So I really don't need Revo nozzles, but anything that would be like a 0.6 or a 0.6, an M6 thread that would work on a Dragonfly, a Dragon High Flow. I do have a Rapido 2. Stuff like that. I mean, I could always use it or put it in builds. Like I said, these are going to be special nozzles though on the H2 V2S Lite because they're an M4 thread. They're kind of like a Volcano, but with a M4 versus an M6 thread. Okay. Let's see. What did we want to do? Let me kind of do some checking here real fast, macro wise. Start print, bed mesh clear, bed mesh calibrate, line purge. This tells me that this will be set up to be running camp. And so I'm going to get rid of that ugliness. And some of this can probably be streamlined a little bit more as well. But this means I need to add the stuff for camp to my ooh. So I can do the purge, but I can't do the camp. So we'll comment out that, and the movement to the front because that won't necessarily be required. Bring the extruder up to temp. Line purge print. Macro-wise, we're good there. We need to add the adaptive mesh on the line purge. Here, config, main cell macros, that. Go ahead and add those. I know it's so. I do have the input shaper stuff already loaded on this Raspberry Pi, and I can use my my ADXL dongle here to actually run the input shaper through. So we will do that in another stream where we'll run through and do that stuff. What would I like the most? The stuff I could probably use the most. Actually, if you have anything that will work with the Rapido too, because I have a few of the spare nozzles like the 0.4 or whatever for the dragon, the dragonfly and the dragon. But anything that would work with the Rapido would work the best for me. Unknown error, existing command, bed mesh calibrate, not found in G-code macro rename. We're going to play this again. Because that is up here, rename existing bed mesh calibrate. And this is there because the bed mesh calibrate command and printer config is commented out. Well, bed mesh is commented out. This should be okay as long as I do not call a bed mesh. Okay. And interestingly enough, you see that there are some files already in here. Once again, all of these files were files that were run on the Ender 3 that was a Cartesian style printer. Okay? Once again, Ender 3 Cartesian style printer. Do I not have any tuning prints on here? Apparently no tuning prints. Okay. Actually, filament tiles. Sure, why not? Because this is going to be a little rectangular print, regardless of whether it has the right verbiage or not, we should be able to see if we get things, if all of our macros are working, and it'll give us something that will give us a initial print, right? And that print should be able to help us dial in our Z offset. So we're heating the bed up to 70C. But yeah, RAM Online, that would be the thing that I would like the most is anything that would work with the Rapido. And extruder wise, I love the Orbiter. I've got 5 or 6 of them. I like the Sherpa Mini and the Orbiter. If you guys remember right, the Biqu Rook had a Sherpa Mini, and the that's weird. So the Biqu Rook had a Sherpa Mini on it, and the Rook 2020 had a I'm so confused here. The Rook 2020 had a Orbiter 2 on it. Brain's not working on trying to do a couple of different things at the same time. Yeah, so it had an Orbiter 2 put on it, and it was so nice. And KB3D Chris and Chris 2 can tell you that it was so nice because when we were setting it up, I turned around and they were like, "Oh, this has an Orbiter on it," and they just had it powered in, stuck the filament in, and it's got the built-in macros, so it heats up to 235. pulls the filament in and does the initial filament load and then cools back down. So it doesn't cook whatever filament you put in it. It makes it so much nicer. And other than the filament runout sensor not working 100% of the time, I mean, it works great. And I like having the button there that you just hit the button for an unload. Once again, it'll heat it up to 235. It'll do a quick filament extrude followed by a retract and back to filament straight out. So I really do like the orbiters a lot, and I want to get my hands on an Orbiter 3. I just need to talk Jason into getting me one. Yeah. So, in fact, I have one over here. So you take the Orbiter 2, which is this cute little rascal here, and you add the filament sensor on it, which is this little rascal. So this piece just goes straight down through the middle, and you'll just back these screws out, it'll slip in and line up right with those screws. And I think, damn. So that was a quick move, 1. 2, okay, I was like, what just happened? So I lost an M3, and apparently it went right to where a binder clip was. So that was good. So I'll have to change that around some. But other than that, I think we're a little low. So we'll pull this up just a tad. Yep, a little low. We'll pull it up 0.1. See where that's at. But I have zero idea where this M3 lock nut came from. Or where the other binder clip went flying to. There it is. That's always great. That'll be a fun one to try and find out later. We bring you guys in here and show you what we got for a first layer going down. Now this is a pretty slow print, because once again this was being printed with a micro Swiss all metal hot end on a standard ender. So this thing has the ability to push some plastic between the extruder and this it is a high flow hot end. Hey, Layer X Layer, thank you for the follow. Yep, it looks like a printer, and it's a CoreXY with an ender, or an ender turned CoreXY. So yeah, I really love the, like I said, I really love the Orbiter 2 with the smart filament sensor. And the Orbiter 3 actually has it built in. So I'm really looking forward to that. They've Jason had a couple at Earth. They gave a couple away as giveaways at the show, but I really need to try and get my hands on one. I need to chat with them about getting one for an upcoming build. And like I said, I don't know if this was an extra or a spare or if this came from somewhere, because all of these are M5s. These are M4s. There are no, the only M3s I'm aware of are on the back here. Maybe it was just an extra one that I had sitting there. But folks, if you can bear with me, I'm going to move a couple of things around and make some room. Move you guys in closer while this prints. And then I need to sneak out for just a minute. Because one, I heard what I think is the delivery truck. So I kind of want to see if any of that delivery stuff came in. And two, I need to take a quick break. So I will bring you guys in closer on the tripod. What we'll do is change our view. Bring the legs up. See if we can't get you a little bit of a... So I'm either too high or too low. Huh. So we'll get you there so you can watch this go. Who knows, maybe we'll throw a swatch truck on here. But I am going to mute the mic and I will be back in a short bit. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, I wanted to check downstairs real fast, and I thought I heard the truck. If it was, then he actually delivered it to the mailbox, and I'm not going to head over there just yet because it'll be a short bit, or not a short bit, but it's down at the side of the yard between me and my neighbor's house is where the mail kiosk is. Yeah, and it was left at the mailbox. So that was the Amazon notification that just popped up. So yeah, we'll go and we'll get that a little bit later. We'll look at that on Tuesday. And then I grabbed some snacks. So I've been running on like about 3 cups of coffee already and not much else on my stomach. So yeah, well, I was surprised that they didn't bring it up, but then again, the way I ordered, I'm going to have like 3 or 4 different orders today. So a couple of things shipped via the post office, which means it got put in the mailbox. And then a couple of things will probably show up from Amazon, which will be probably in a little bag that's just dropped to the front door. So it'll be hit or miss. And like I said, it's been raining all day. So we'll put Ducky back here. We'll put Ducky back here to keep an eye on things. But I don't know if you guys can hear. It is pretty quiet. Let me see if I can go in and turn off the, nope, not that. Let me see if I can turn off the noise canceling. And let's see if you can hear this. I mean, that's the ambient noise of this thing printing right now. So once again, the biggest noise that you're hearing is the retracts in the cooling fan. So it's pretty quiet. That's why I like the Big Tree Tech boards, is it does reduce the noise a tremendous amount. And Ramaline, you didn't miss much. I had got the print going and just moved the camera up here so we could see you guys could watch the print. And I thought I heard the mailman here, so I ran downstairs to check. They didn't leave it at the front door. They left it at the mailbox. So I'll go down and get that a little bit later. I'm not sure what all went to the mailbox, other than I know the CNC tap is at the mailbox. Let me see what else Amazon has delivered already. The CNC taps arrived. And that's the only thing that's arrived so far. I've got 3 other things that are supposed to arrive, so those will probably come via Amazon itself and will be at the front door. I don't know what the other package was that got delivered then. That'll be fun. And I'm still waiting on the, so I did the Fetus, I want to say contest, whatever, where he printed the little, was it Dr. Dr. Floor or whatever, the little Fetus dude. And they were shipping me a spool of filament and a shirt. And apparently it shipped fine. The post office got it. They got it all the way to my town and then rejected it because it didn't have a full address. And I'm like, WTF? And by the time they told me about it, so it hit my town on October 4th. On October 5th, they started the return process. And I didn't find out about it from Fetus until the 9th, which means it was too late. So it's going back to Fetus, and then they'll let me know when they get it, and they'll try and reship it. So hopefully I get that soon. I'm curious to see what kind of filament they sent me, because it was supposed to be one of their, was the AE Worthies or whatever. Yeah, so the stuff that's arriving today would be a CNC Tap version 2. The Big Tree Tech SKR E3 EZ board, the 52209 Easy Step, like the vertical stepper drivers, a CB1, I think 2.1 or 2.2, with a heat sink module that'll go on the EZ board. There's a La Potato showing up today. And I think the other one is going to be the MKS Pi and the MKS 3.5 screen. So yeah, I got plenty of toys to work on today and tomorrow while I'm watching football. Ah, the red and black one? Yeah, so same scene. So the red and black one is right here in the corner. That is, here, let me get rid of chat so you can probably see it. So this is Iron Dragon. This was up on the, up at the table on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side was Kyber Dragon, which is the LDO Motors 2.4 kit. And both of those were up there. And then I also had Gold Dragon, which was a Rook Mark 1 build. And that one, K2 Kevin took home and gave it a good home. And he's apparently completely redone it in orange. So it's now called what? Orange Crush, I believe. So yeah, we've got a few things here. And I've got a Voron V01 over here that I've had. This is the first Voron I built. It's been here for about 2 years now, I think. And the next thing on the docket to build is going to be an LDO V02 S1 kit. And now that we've solidified on the color scheme, I just need to actually load up the filament when it comes in and start printing that stuff, and then we'll do that build. So we'll probably spend some more time printing on this and modding this some more with a different board and stuff. And I'll order a BL Touch and try and get that here as quickly as Amazon will get it to me. And in fact, since I don't have you guys on screen, we'll do that right now. We will do that right now. What the heck? Yeah, and folks, do yourself a favor, and when you buy things, like if you're going to get a BL Touch, order an ANSI Labs BL Touch. Don't, I mean, if you want a 3D Touch, then go get a 3D Touch. Don't get a Chinese knockoff. Make sure you're getting an ANSI Labs one, or make sure you're getting, if you're getting a CR Touch, buy it from Creality or a known good reseller. So many people I know have been like, oh, I got this, and I got a BL Touch and it was crap. And then you look at it and it's like, well, you didn't get a BL Touch. You got a knockoff. Hey, look at that. If I order it now, I can get it tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. And by the way, what did I do with it? There we go. Since once again, I had an Ender 5 Plus, I've already got the cable with its extender to go down to the board. So I don't have to go ahead and order all the extension cables because I got one. Ready to go. Well, thank you, EnderXY. Yeah, I had a lot of people that were looking at these two printers and they were just really, they were really happy with them. I was really happy with the amount of, there we go, with the amount of people that were checking out the table or checking out any of the printers. And of course, I had people coming to my table, seeing my printers and stuff, and I was explaining to them, I've got two other printers down at KB3Ds and one over at Biqu's booth. And so I was sending people down to KB3D and Biqu's booth, and I know people were seeing the printers down there because they had the same signage and they had my cards and stickers and stuff, and they were coming up and looking upstairs. So that was good. But yes, thank you. Like this wiring right here, this is not final wiring. Like I said, because I know I'm changing stuff in this box, I'm not going to do the final wiring. But when I do, it will be, cut to length with a little bit of service slack, but not like, 700 millimeters worth, Oh, awesome, Britt. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Have fun at Comic-Con. Get some pictures, girl, because I know you're wearing something. And definitely get a picture with Uncle Jesse if you can. And post that. That would be awesome. Oh, you sent some glamour shots to Discord? Uh-oh. Let me see if I can't bring Discord up over here and take a look. Discord, make sure I am in do not disturb mode. Yep, good. Oh, look at you. I'm going to have to show this now. Nope, that's not going to work. Do full display, that'll work. So K2 Kevin going hard and reprinting the bottom panel with his logo on it. Very nice there, sir. Very nice. Reprinted everything on there to match his color scheme. Guess just those two, and then here's the one bigger one. There you go. Look at that. Very nice, sir. Very nice. Very well done. Are these different? Are these different feet themselves with that little angle to them? Or I should say, are these like the latest revision of the Mark I parts, or what? Because it looks like these parts were kept the same. You just did the idlers, the rook, the bottom plate, and the feet. You found a mix of parts. You modded the top idlers. Okay. Gulfsper's print and place feet. Okay. Yeah, I might have to look into some more of those. This is just a fun little printer, and it's so much fun because these parts print so fast. You know, so swapping them out for a different, set of parts is like fairly trivial. Come on now. I will leave it stuck for now, but we'll just pick it up. Let's go back to over here. And this is our print. So it says Polymaker, Polylite PLA, Jungle Green, which just obviously is not Jungle Green. And it looks like we've got to work on our overall extrusion multipliers and some tuning. But yeah, I think we're a little over extruded there. Work on getting this off the build plate. There we go. So it looks like we're a little over extruding. Not crazy killer, but a little bit. So we got the back two there. The front two I'm going to put in from the side. Because I know we came up over here and we hit something like right here. So, what do you think? Should we go into Orca Slicer and slice up a like a swatch truck or something? Let's do that. Let's throw a bone to Zombie. Or actually, no, let's do a... Do I have Black Dragon in here? No. Whoops. Okay, so let's take a reality. Layer height 0.2, first layer 0.2. All the defaults go to 0.4. Default. Strength. Monotonic, grid. No, why not? Speed. Oh, yeah, we can't do that. We cannot do first layer. Actually, you know what? We need to figure out a couple of things. So let's not do that. Let's just leave everything. I do want to keep that though. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. Save. EnderXY. 0.4 nozzle. Okay. We'll leave everything basic default. Extruder, we don't want to be extruder limited, so we're just going to add an extra 0 on everything as far as the speeds and stuff go. I mean, if it says 500, we're going to say max 5,000, so on and so forth. Save that. Okay. We're going to provide some, we're going to go for a little bit faster on a few things. No skirt, no brim. Always a good thing to do. Okay, calibration print. Really? Got that, got that, got that. Calibration. Uh-oh. Oh, that's why. Ender. So we got to add the device. You know, we've got that done. Calibration. Come on now. Oh, there we go. We'll start doing some flow rate tests. And this is gonna be for our extrusion multiplier. Okay. So we set this. First pass, flow rate. Select printer, pass 1, calibration menu. And it's going to base off of whatever the existing flow rate is set to for the filament type, which is reality generic PLA. Really, I've got to find whatever. Let's see a temp on this. 220, 220, 260. Okay, fine. Wait. Okay. So yeah, we're going to just do some basic flow tests because apparently, looking at this, we're pretty over extruding on this print. It'll focus for me. Focus, focus, focus. Anyhow, there we go. We've over extruded pretty decently on this. So we're going to run a flow test so we can figure out our extrusions better. And it'll run it in multiple passes. So the first pass, it's going to do 9 settings, and they'll be in like +5 increments and -5 increments. We'll figure out what that is. We'll make an adjustment. We'll save that into our slicer under the filament information, and then we'll run a second pass that will be a little bit more calibrated. Definitely like those glamour shots. K2, that looks really nice. Great changes. So we got things going. We're heating up. We're going to do, like I said, this 9-layer print. And of course, we just hit our stop as it's doing a standard purge line because it picked up its purge line, not mine. It's awesome. We're also probably going to be still too low. We might have to, oh no, it should be picking up. It picked it up, good. There we go. Oh yeah, yeah, that looks pretty. And so once again, this is going to run a calibration set where it ranges from -20 to +20 as far as on the extrusion multiplier. So it's going to take whatever the base is now and up it by 20 and remove it or in increments of 5 up and 5 down. And then we'll pick whichever one looks better and we'll go from there. This will be a quick little print. And once we get this start, the extrusion multiplier somewhat dialed in, I want to run the racetrack flow test and see what we can push this thing to. Just because, like I said, this particular nozzle, they're saying it can go up to, I believe, like 40, 43 or 45 with this combination. $70-watt heater. Yeah, 45 millimeters cubed per second is what they say this can go with a 0.6 brass nozzle. So we have a 0.4 in there. We don't have a 0.6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 0.4. So it'll be interesting to see what we can push this thing to. Oh yeah, Lair. Between me, Zombie, and Feder. Yeah, Feder had the he had the EnderXY V3 SE and the KE that he had just the other day on live stream. And they're looking pretty good, but I think the EnderXY ecosystem is just too muddied. They've got way too many different like combinations, and really they're competing against themselves, right? They need to really have like a basic EnderXY and a top tier EnderXY, maybe a mid tier as well, but a basic and a top tier, and just basically, one basic and one with all the bells and whistles, and then sell upgrade paths and just let everybody make their own Ender, because that's what we've been doing anyhow. Just embrace that upgrade market and make your money on the initial sales and then the upgrade market. We're seeing some extremely crappy extrusion there. And I wonder, you know what? I know why. I may stop this and restart it because retraction length, 5 millimeters. No. Yeah, that was a mistake. I forgot all about that. I think they talk about retraction in here, don't they? At least I thought they did somewhere. Nope, they don't talk about it there, but that's definitely the issue. Is it's retracting way too much. And I don't think I can change that on the fly. So we will stop this print so that we can fix that. Okay. We're going to go down to a 1 millimeter retraction length. And of course, machine G code. We need to change that. Where do I need to grab that from? The project calibration flow rate first. Twice. Right. Okay, let's try that again. So what I did was I grabbed the EnderXY V2 standard Creality out of Orca Slicer Zombie and did not even think about it because it's set up with like an 8 millimeter retract for a Bowden tube. So that was the issue as to why it was retracting way the heck too much. That was the issue. And you can do it. Ah, it aired out. No, it's not. Me, or did that seem to do something weird? I mean, I want you to do that, but I want you to do a homing first, because that's how it normally works. So do that, do that. Okay, a bunch of unknown commands, got you. Now it makes me wonder if I've got this set as like a Marlin Legacy versus Klipper. Let's make that change. That'll make it a little bit easier. Oh, that's the issue. We should be okay with this one being a little jank. Yeah, we'll rerun this to try and get it a little bit closer to its proper extruding. And our initial flow rate is 0.98. So this is going to step up and down from there. What's everybody else working on today? Or what does anybody else have going on today, for that matter? Like, I know Britt went to Comic-Con, which is always kind of cool. Well, what are you up to, K2, Zombie, Liz? Anybody else hanging out in chat? What everybody up to? Printer racks. Okay, so are you building your own? Did you buy some? What is it you're fixing your rep rack? Now, your rep rack was pulling out of the wall, Pez Liz? Is that what it was? You just had too much on it and it was pulling out? Zombie painting the outside of your house? Well, hey, that's a fun task. Bringing a bunch of fidget toys for your nephew's baseball team. Nice. In their team colors. Very nice. Playing around with Pet G on the K1. Yeah, I did a Pet G. I haven't done Pet G in a while. And need to do a Pet G print for Evil Diesel. And of course, I had to do this on like the Flying Bear because it's too big to go on like an Ender or anything like that. So it's a motor mount for a 3D scanning setup. And I realized, I haven't done Pet G in a while. The first one I did, one of the sides actually curled up due to like it had good bed adhesion, but it curled up off the bed. So I wound up running it again with like a 5mm brim, and that held it down while it cooled, so it didn't break free or pull up the sheet. But I haven't done Pet G in a while. The last time I did Pet G, all right, now why are we having some issues over here? Like we did pretty good down through here. This just seems like it's... That's just weird. Oh, that's nice, Timor. I have a Flying Bear Reborn 2 that Timor was actually asking me about. So I got it onto the channel. And then, that's how I found Fedora, was watching his videos on it. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Like this whole side seems like it's either too high or too low or something, but it's just smearing. This is just like one big smeared cluster. Well, and I'll go, now mind you, I have not cleaned this build plate yet. So this is as it came. And we might be having some issues just simply with bed height. So we'll take a look at that here in a second. We'll clean it. I know we were having an issue where it was not like rehoming and doing all the nice stuff for the homing routine. And that's because it was set to use like start print and end print instead of print start and print end. So it was getting parameters and then not recognizing the parameters and just blowing past it. So we're going to pop this off real fast, and I'm going to clean it because I never cleaned it when I took it out of the box. So we'll start with doing that. Just a good clean with some isopropyl alcohol and a paper towel. So and Alexa says there's packages here. And believe it or not, I mean, I actually like this build tack surface that they use. What I don't like is that they provide when they provide this build tack surface on their flex plates, that it's not a spring steel flex plate, but it's a like just flappy piece of junk. I really like these plates. The only thing I don't like about them is that you need to use the oh darn English, that you have to use binder clips. It's the only thing I don't like about it. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to once again re-slice this. We got the let's set up that setup. We'll re-slice that, running it as Klipper with our myriad of changes, and see if we can get it to actually run through its setup appropriately and do a bed, or not a bed adjust, but at least a full homing routine so we know it's set right. You mean is the strain relief back here on this back left corner? Like I said, that is the tightest corner point on the printer. And, or are you talking about the strain relief causing it to kind of tilt up over here? I don't think so. I've got enough movement in the strain relief. Yeah, I have the Flying Bear Reborn 2. So far, I like it pretty good. I've printed a lot of PLA on. I've printed ABS in it, and I've printed some PETG in it. These are the yellow springs that came in the kit. Okay, well, I'm sitting here like, hey, why is it not heating up? 3 below main temp. Well, no shit. Okay, well, why is it not even... Ay, 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 ay. What are you doing to me? Yeah, and I do have some silicone columns over there. Print underscore start, bed temp 60, extruder temp 220. Unknown command, print underscore start. Gonna be one of those days, people. Gonna be one of those days. All right, there we go. Well, and even switching out to the silicone socks, like I said, the issue is I'm not sure if the underlying bed plate is not right or what have you. Because the back left is higher and it is fully, like, I've cranked down on it as much as possible. And the fronts are actually, the right side is, the springs are looser than the left, and the front is looser than the left back. So it's like the highest spot of the bed would be the rear left. Like I said, I have thought about just, like, hey, popping it out and doing aluminum spacers on all four and just hard mounting it. But I would definitely have to have an ABL by then. So we've got an ABL option, or we just ordered an ABL option, as in a BL touch. And when that gets here, so Tuesday we'll add a BL touch so we can do full bed meshing and Z-tilt between the two Z-pillars, right? We'll do the Z-tilt. We'll be able to do a bed mesh, and that should solve some of our problems. Yeah, it's a standard Ender taco bed. I mean, my Ender, I actually was running a Mic 6 build plate on with a Kenovo 24-volt heating pad. That's how I ran my Ender, which is now sitting over at Evil Diesel's house. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We're doing our thick killer purge line. There's a part of me that's thinking about moving the spool holder from this side to this side where it's facing forward, but I don't know if it would hit the, no, it should still clear the power supply, but that would just, because this is kind of backwards, so it can unspool, but if it was over here, it would be more along in this line, more towards the center of the printer, and it wouldn't be in the way of catching the wires either. Yeah, like I said, I've got a set of those silicone socks, so maybe we'll do that. Yeah, it's definitely a standard Ender bed that's not really straight or flat or anything like that. I mean, it's a PCB bed. And by the way, I did ramp the speed up on this, so you're seeing up to 80 on the speed. So first layer I set to 80, subsequent layers I set to 150. Because why not? I mean, if we can't push it, then why'd we do it, right? I can say that when I was cleaning off the bed, there was some leftover crap on the bed. Hey, Da Vinci, how are you doing? I see a coffee emote, and I will go with that. Cheers. Definitely coffee. That coffee and pancakes. Oh man, now you're gonna make me hungry. Definitely cheers for some coffee. We've been on the struggle bus for a little bit here because we got it printing. We printed off a print that we had already had on here, and this print was sliced for an EnderXY Cartesian printer, which goes to my point as I was talking with Fedor yesterday or the other day on his stream was it doesn't matter. The kinematics is in the firmware on the MCU. All you're sending to the printer is G-code coordinates, so XYZ coordinates. It could care less whether or not you place this on a bed flinger, a CoreXY, or a Delta, or even a Polar, because that's on the firmware on the controller card. The G-code is still the same. It's all XY coordinates. Now, there may be some issues whether, well, this was sliced for Marlin and it's running on Klipper. There may be some G-codes that Klipper doesn't understand, yada, yada, yada. But for the most part, you're going to be good. And we're still having issues with this side. Let me see if I can figure out if we're too high or too low. And I think from the looks of it, we were too high. That's an old Chep trick. Just adjust them on the fly. Even though we've done our bed level and our bed screws adjust, we still obviously had an issue. Works out so much better when it's like a 2.4 or a Trident. And once we get our Z-tilt adjust, that'll help as well. And we did our bed cold. We didn't do it hot, so that could also be a thing too, where you know, when we're done with this print, maybe before we do the next one, we'll try and keep the bed warm, and we can run through the bed screws adjust with the bed warm. You know, maybe keep the bed at 60, drop the hot end to like 120 or something like that, so we're not dealing with smoozing. And we'll redo the bed screw adjust with it at a closer temp for a closer approximation of temp. So how are you doing today, Da Vinci? And guys, if you like what you see here and you're in the need of some of your own printer food, I do have an affiliate link there that's popping up in chat for Polymaker. Does not change any of the cost to you, but I do get a little bit back to me, provided I get enough sales. And apparently buying my own hasn't been enough, which is crazy with the amount of filament that I buy, but I also spread it around to different vendors. So has anybody partaken in any of the sales that have been going on for the fall? Because I know Polymaker had the whatever they call the second restock fee or the fall restock, which was 30% off. And I think Sparta 3D had something going on for a few days, up to a few days after Earth. I think it was 15% off. And if I remember right, Fusion is getting ready to do, I think it's Fusion's getting ready to do a fall sale where if you buy more than 4 kilos or 5 kilos, you get 20% off. So is it all of October or through like the 15th? I didn't think it went the whole month, but maybe it did. Uh-oh. Package is 5 stops away. All October? Awesome. RAM Online, a Big Tree Tech card won't flash. Can I clean that somehow? Okay, Thunder Keys. RAM Online, which Big Tree Tech card won't flash? And are you trying to flash it with Marlin or Klipper or what? An Octopus EZ. Um, an Octopus EZ or an Octopus Max? Let me take a quick look. Do a quick search real fast because I'm not 100% sure. Because I haven't done anything with the EZs. Let me just try and take a look at the repository. Sometimes there's like a specific jumper that you have to do, and that's why. Okay. Can you clean it like a PC? Like I said, give me 1 second here. Just take a quick look here. Once again, you're doing it via Klipper, right? And so you're doing it via Klipper, and are you doing it via DFU mode or what? Which mode did you try and do to do your update or your flashing? Klipper DFU, okay. And did you compile the Klipper yourself, or did you pull it down like a pre-made Klipper? Oof. Okay. Yeah, so it's a STEM 32 H723, 128 kilobit bootloader, 25 megahertz clock. USB to a make clean, then a make, so you made sure it's clean. Rename it to firmware.ben, plug the SD card in. Bada bing, bada boom, should be running. Printer config, blah, blah, blah. Firmware updates. Updating Klipper via DFU. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I've never messed with the Octopus EZ board. I don't see why it would be any different. I tend not to use the DFU mode. I just do the micro SD card. Now your micro SD card, the best thing that you can do, what size SD card is it? I got you, but what size? Is it 8 gig, 16 gig, 32 gig, 128 meg? Yes, capacity wise. Try using a smaller size. Normally, I mean, on a STEM 32, you should be good, but I actually got a bunch of 128 meg cards from KB3D because when you're flashing the firmware, it doesn't take much. It's a couple of kilobit, right? So putting a 32 gig card in there, one, it may just cause problems just because of the size of the blocks on the storage. So try using a smaller SD card, 8 gig or less. Yeah, 8 gig or less. And you don't have to keep it in your MCU when you're flashing it with Klipper. That's why I said get a small 128 meg, slap it in there, flash it, pull it out, put it on, put it on your desk caddy for the next one that you're flashing, because you only need to flash it once. But definitely 8 gig or less if you're flashing memory or flashing a card. That could be your issue. Hey, Adativa Craft, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, and that's the thing. It says that it has to be a FAT32. But normally they tell you there's a size limit, and 8 gig or less is safe. Sometimes you can go up to 16, but yeah, I would stay under 8 gig and make sure it's FAT32. And the one that you want the size on would be your Raspberry Pi. FSU 27, Syracuse 3. Awesome. Syracuse has been getting beat up on this year. Okay. But yeah, so the Raspberry Pi, 32 gig, 64 gig, whatever. But when you're putting Klipper on your MCU, 8 gig or less, and like I said, I go and get 128 meg drive. And that's all they're dedicated for, is just doing firmware install on MCUs. Because even with Marlin on an 8-bit board, it doesn't need to be that big anyhow. Like, you're not putting 128 meg Marlin on anything. If it's not reading, that's an issue. Are you on a Mac or a Windows machine? You're on a Windows machine? Okay, give me 1 second. There's a tool I use. I just need to find it again. Darn it, there's an H or not an HP, but there's an SD tool that is actually designed strictly for like formatting SD cards. And I use Rufus, RUFUS. Yeah, and it could be a reader as well. Especially like I've got, like believe it or not, this one continues to work well. I think it's one that comes with the Creality stuff. Um, I have a couple of these. So the left side with my thumb goes into a standard USB socket. The side with my pointer finger is USB-C. One works, one doesn't. So it could be a reader. So definitely try a different card reader. And if you're plugging it directly into your computer, try an external USB reader. It could be a multitude of things. Your SD cards are solid state. They should not go bad, and if they get corrupted, you should be able to format them. Just reformat them. And that's where there's I think I have a different tool on my, yeah, I have an SD card formatter tool on my Mac, and they probably make it for Windows as well. Its sole purpose is to format SD cards. The chip on the board, so like you can, I doubt if the firmware on your board is dorked, I mean, you would have to really dork it to brick it. Yeah, you could have a lot of, like, your SD card would get corrupted if it powered down right while it was reading or writing or something like that. But that's what those formatters are for, right? They will reformat it. They will stop addressing the bad sectors, right? Just like on a hard drive. The chip on the board should not be borked. And the board itself, you should have a jumper, and I'm surprised it doesn't mention it in the manual. If there would be like a 5-volt jumper. So, hey, plug this in if you're powering it directly from like a Raspberry Pi or a 5-volt source, because that would be strictly for basically doing benchtop bootloading, right? Auto shutdown, auto off relay, BL touch wiring, voltage selections for fans. Okay, so the Octopus Max EZ does have a VUSB. So if you're running it off of just the USB connection to your Pi, you've got to jumper the VUSB pin that's just to the right of the motor 8 capacitor and just above the USB. Here, let me show you. So if you're plugging it in and your only source of power is the Raspberry Pi, you've got to have this jumper enabled. If you provide mains voltage to it, or 24 volt VN voltage, you've got to disconnect this, and that's telling it it's drawing power from the main power source. If you've got everything else connected in, you really should be running it from the 24 volt power supply, not the VUSB. If it's a plain board and nothing's power or nothing's plugged into it, and you're bench topping it and you're just trying to load firmware from your Raspberry Pi, that's where you would plug in just the Raspberry Pi and use the VUSB. Because once you apply power to that board, if you've got a bunch of other stuff there, it's drawing more power than the Raspberry Pi can provide. Okay, so if you've already got it all wired up in your printer, make sure you pull that VUSB pin or jumper that I'm showing you here right now, and just physically connect your Pi. But that means it's running things from your everything on the board is running off your 24 volt, not pulling power from your Raspberry Pi. Yeah, and that too, John Strand. Yeah, because that's the one thing I tend to flash my boards on the bench before they go into the printer. Right? I get my Raspberry Pi going and I flash the board on the bench with nothing else connected, just the Raspberry Pi. And that way I make sure it's at least seeing the MCU. Then I put it into things. And then we run into issues because then we go through the whole reflashing process to show everybody in it. And then we run into the issue like we have with the Flying Bear. If you run into issues, I would actually check out there in the Boron Discord rather than the Big Tree Tech or Biqu Discord, just because you're going to have a lot more people more active in the Boron Discord. And they would be, the Boron Discord would be where people are using that board probably a lot more. Okay, and this is almost done. Let me double, triple, quadruple check my statuses here. That says delivered today. I gotta love the you gotta love the new Amazon thing with the little, now they got the little van out there bouncing up and down, chucking along. And yeah, I know I just probably doxed myself by showing you guys an address, but that's okay. Trust me, I'm well protected. Ask my kid, don't ring my doorbell at night when I don't know you're coming. Well, and quite honestly, I mean, I have used a ton of Big Tree Tech boards between, the SKR 1.3, the 1.4, the 1.4 Turbo. I probably got a dozen or more of the SKR Mini E3 V3s. I've got a Manta M4P. I've got two Manta M8Ps, both a 1.0 and a 1.1 version. I've got a couple of Octopus boards and the Vorons. I have yet to brick a board or have a board that was that pooched, right? The only thing that I have had completely pooched has been the UTC, and well, you apply 120 to a 24 volt input on a UTC and it kind of goes Tango uniform. It really sort of does not like that. And that was user error at 2 in the morning for the third day of wiring something up. And at that time when I blew that UTC, once again, 2 a.m., you don't think twice. You're like, what was that? And you apply power to it again. And now you've gone through the UTC because you blew the fuse to start with, and you blew the fuse in the SB2209. So then you have to get both a UTC and an SB2209. So I recommend not doing that. But yeah, and in fact, the board that I have coming right now is a SKR E3EZ, which is relatively new. I mean, Modbot, a couple of others have done videos on them, but I think even if you talk to Modbot, who's done a lot of Big Tree Tech boards, he's had very few that have been, just dorked. And I know there were some issues. Don't get me wrong. There were some issues with some of the V1, version 1 boards on the Octopus. And I think there were some issues with the, same thing with the Bisect Spider, where they had some pins that did bad things, right? Oh, hey, I go into DFU mode and the heater, the hot end heater pin goes full bore, right? Yeah, I would, do that. Do a search for, do a YouTube search for the Octopus EZ board and see if you've got anybody, because that's normally what I do. I mean, I can muddle through it myself, but one of the first things I do is I'm going to go back and look at and watch Daniel's thing to see how he did it. Because by the time he's doing videos, he's already run through the process 3 or 4 times, right? Where with me, you normally get, hey, let's unbox the new shiny. Like I've never messed with one of these extruders before, right? You're seeing it first time, first run right now. I've never, same thing with the Revo version of the, or I should say the Revo version of the H2 V2S, right? 6 minutes left. So we're pretty sure that FSU is winning that game, right? Awesome. Let me do this. Hey, Alexa, when does Clemson Tigers play?
The football team will play on the road against the 26th ranked Miami, Florida Hurricanes next Saturday, October 21st at 12 p.m.
Okay. Alexa, what was the score of the Clemson Tigers football game?
Last Saturday, October 7th, Clemson beat Wake Forest 7-6.
Okay. All right. Well, if you guys heard that, apparently the Clemson Tigers are on a bye week. So it has boot 1, boot 2, BTT strain. That's strange. It has a boot 1 and a boot 2. Yeah, I mean, the best thing I would do is take a look at the manual, run through the manual, and if that's not working, then definitely watch a couple of vids. Yeah, like I said, the most frustrating things I've had with the Big Tree Tech board has been CAN bus, but people have had issues whether it's Big Tree Tech or Mellow or what have you with CAN bus. I mean, CAN bus is just its own set of headaches, but I've never had an issue flashing flashing Klipper on a Big Tree Tech board. So that's weird. Now are you trying to say I need to go get one of those boards so I can test it out? Maybe I'll have to reach out to Luke at Big Tree Tech and see if he can get me a board sent out so that I can use it in a build. And no, Chewy, it won't go into your machine. I may play with it on your machine, but then I'll put your board back in it. Yeah, it looks like a nice board. Like I said, I've been holding off on any easy boards just because it's a whole new set of drivers, and I've got plenty of standard TMC 2209s and stuff. Now, I have found there are some 2209s out there that you can get, especially on Amazon, that will not work with the newer boards because they're not UART enabled or something like that. So I have had that issue, but that's a stepper driver issue. That's a stepper driver compatibility issue. It'll be Tigers versus Tigers. Oh yeah, with LSU and Auburn, yeah. Well, and the nice thing with that is you have 10 steppers on the board. Well, if you do a CAN bus to your tool head, well, one, even without doing CAN bus, you have the stepper drivers that you can do other things. You can do an all-wheel drive mod. right? I've seen some printers out there. Now, why you'd want to do it, I think I saw a V0 out there or a Rook with 8 stepper drivers. Why, I don't know. Some people are chasing crazy things. But you should be able to use a couple of those for your, like a trad rack or an EnderXY, right? You'd have the ability to run those wires all the way back. Yeah, that Octopus EZ board. Let me bring that back up. Right? That's a 10 driver board there. You don't get a CB1 or stuff like that, so you still have to run a host controller, but it has 10 stepper drivers. Correct. You can have it run anything, right? And you can actually have it offload, kind of like they're doing with the the VZBot, where they're offloading to standalone 5160 drivers, right? That are beefier 5160 drivers. I know they have their own like 5160 drivers that you can socket, the easy drivers, but you can actually offload it to a standard like off-board driver in the case of what they're doing there, where you're running 48 volt to them, because I'm not sure if this can go up to 48 volt. This might only go up to 36, right? You could do something like that. You can automate a build plate movement system. You could, like I said, you could run direct, you can 5-axis printing. You can run an EnderXY directly off of it. Well, the other thing you can think of too, I'm getting ready to build a black box, right? We got a couple other builds in the way, but we're going to be building a black box. That black box is going to have 5 tool heads, right? I got to double check how that's all set up, but I know at one point there was the black box had a dedicated extruder on the X. So there was an extruder hot end on the X, and the tool changers were actually Bowden, right? So you had one full-time direct drive hot end on the gantry, and it would actually pick up one of the 5 other tool heads that were running Bowden drives, right? Which meant you would have had 5 different extruders on the side, right? So there's all kinds of things that you could do to extend and do all kinds of cool things. Right. I know there is an all-wheel drive. I think it's a 2.4 all-wheel drive, but it might be a Trident all-wheel drive, which means you've got 4 stepper motors on the gantry, 3 on the base. Okay, now we're at 7. One for the extruder is going to be 8. And if you're running an EnderXY, there would be 9 and 10. Plus, oh wait, you want to run a PT1000? I think this can do a PT100 or PT1000 on it without the need of throwing like a step stick style PT1000 amplifier on it. Hey, 23 Blue Dude. What are my thoughts of the Microswift NG for the EnderXY V2? Well, I got a Microswiss, and I picked this one up from Murph, and you'll see this is with the EnderXY, EnderXY Pro, EnderXY Plus. That's just a mounting plate. So I've got the mounting bracket in here to go to the Ender3 as well. Yeah, by the way, these are not, I think the shrouds on these are PLA, if I remember right. So if you're going to put them in a chamber, reprint them in ABS, ASA, polycarbonate, something like that. But Evil Diesel is running one of these on an Ender3. And that one that I just showed you is going to be going on my Tivo Tarantula when I rebuild it, which is another, 2020 X gantry system. And I have nothing but good praise for it. I haven't run one personally, but everyone that I know that's run one, and both, like I said, firsthand from Evil Diesel and firsthand from Teaching Tech and Daniel through their streams, they run like champs. They run like champs. So that's why I bought that one, was to put it on my Tivo Tarantula when I rebuild it. But right now there's 1, 2, 3 other builds in the way of it. Maybe a 4th build in the way of it. So I've got to get those other builds done before I do that one. Okay, so you're running one of the NG. Now, is it just a straight NG or an NG Revo? Because mine's the NG Revo, because I've got so many Revo nozzles, I like the ability just to slap it in there. Okay, so you're doing the NG Revo? And really the difference is on the Micro Swiss NG is all metal. The Revo, you would be all metal, but just buy a new nozzle, heat break, and boom, you've got an obsidian in there, and you're doing any of your carbon fiber or glass filled. And yeah, I love my Micro Swiss, both extruders and hot ends. Yeah, there you go, Pete. Yeah, everything I've gotten from Micro Swiss has been on point, and the team is amazing. If you ever get a chance and you see them at one of the shows, go talk to them. They are extremely personable. And if you didn't know, both of them are from Ukraine. But Micro Swiss is stateside, so they're stateside now, and they've got family back in Ukraine. But they have the regular NG one for sale in case anyone is interested. Nice. Feel free to throw that out there on the Discord, Pete. All right, so we're going to have a quick look here with you guys. Okay. And what we're doing is we're looking for the one with the smoothest surface, so no blemishes. So this is our plus 20, and it's kind of rough. You can kind of see the checkerboard on it. We've got a bunch of rounding and bulging at the edges. 15, same way. 10's getting a little better. Don't worry about the actual numbers. Look at the surface of the tag here. But even still, look at, just running my finger over, I'm feeling the divot, right? I'm catching in the divot. Right? So we've got 5. Once again, this is plus 5. And we're seeing a little bit of bulging at the corners and a little bit of over extrusion on the sides. 0, I'm still seeing a little bit of over extrusion. -5, I think we're getting a lot closer there. -10, -15, we're getting rounded again. -20, here we've got some under extrusion on the top. some under extrusion. Same with there. So I really like -5. 0 is actually fairly well on point. What's your all thoughts? Which one of these do you like the best? I think it's pretty much going to be the center row here. It's either somewhere between -5 and 5. You're going to go with the blue one. Gee, John, thank you. That's awesome. Microswiss makes great products. I was running a Sherpa Mini and direct drive going through a Microswiss all metal hot end. So I would say if you're gonna do a chain, one, an Ender 3, I can't remember. Yeah, the Ender 3 V2 is still a PTFE line Bowden tube. So I would say, depending on price point, whichever one works better for them, whether it's the NG or the NG Revo, I'm always going to, not always, but my preference will always be for the Revo just because the easier nozzle changes. So we think we're between a 0 and a -5. I kind of like that. Well, and that's what the next set's going to be, right? So if we say 0 is the better, then it's going to do, I think it's another set of like 9 or maybe it's 10 at 0 and the next 10 steps below, right? So I really think that that's going to be close for us. Bugga bugga. We pop these off. Okay. We got that one done. We're going to set up for our next pass. And like I said, the next pass, what it says is to err on the upper side. So if you're stuck between like 5 and 0, then we'll go to +5 because we're going to work back from +5 down to -5 then, right? So what we'll do is we'll readjust our extrusion multiplier and our slicer. So we'll do the math. We'll do the calculation, which is we go through, we find that we figure out which one we like. We're going to go with +5. Just going to take a look at these a little bit more. And the corners being a little rounded, that's a little bit to be expected with the speed that I was pushing on it. Yeah, we'll go with 5. So we'll flow rate, do that, do that. So yeah, same type of calculation. We're going to take, assume 100%. So 100 plus 5 divided by 100. So it'll be 1.05. We'll multiply that by the 0.98 that we had set as the default. And our new extrusion multiplier for our filament will be 1.029. We'll save that. And then what I tend to do is go in and say new project, and that wipes out all the old presets that were thrown in by the test file. Then we'll go up to calibration, flow rate. We'll do pass 2. And this is going to do a set of 10 now. We'll do a slice here. This is going to be a 53-minute print, so about an hour. We're going to do an upload and print. And we'll let this go for a little bit. But like I said, it's going to do 10 now. So it's going to be a set of 10. And the way this works is it's going to start with 0. So once again, we based our calculation on a positive 5, right? So we're going to basically start at that at 0 up in the top center. And then it'll be negative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're going to start at that, basically that positive 5 point and work our way back. And then we'll get a better, more refined adjustment. Yeah, I should have said the rectangle one. Yeah, that's why they tell you to, in the first pass, pick the higher. If you're in between two, I mean, if it's not 100% clear cut, pick the one that's higher. It might be a little bit over extruded in your opinion, because you're going to do that. Basically, we're going to start there and we'll work down between these three, right, in this next set. So we'll be able to get a little bit more refined of how we like it. So once again, eventually we're going to put a magnet and a PEI sheet, a KB3D PEI sheet on here, textured sheet. We'll have the upgrade to the electronics that should be rolling in here shortly. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a new screen as well, because there is I have seen, I believe it's Big Tree Tech, that makes a drop-in replacement that's Klipper compatible. So we could do Klipper screen on the Ender, on this form factor. So that might be an option. because once again, I can't leave well enough alone. Can we get another one of these out? Probably not. That's in there pretty good. All right, and Amazon just delivered. And if it's at the front door, I will run down there real fast as this print gets started. You keep saying the package is out for delivery. It's here. But you just sent me a notification. Wow. Figures. The thing that showed up was not the thing that I was expecting to show up just yet. It sucks when you're sitting here tracking your orders. It's like, is it here yet? Is it here yet? Is it here yet? All right. While this gets started, it looks like it's going to print a little bit nicer for us and not have all kinds of kerfuffleage. I say that, but it's still not getting a fairly smooth on the side. That's still okay. You bought a fish and a tank on Amazon. Hope you could drive it. Yeah. It has 2 rolls of film. So layer X layer, I showed this earlier. So that over the last couple of weeks, right, we had this polymaker show up right before ERF. So the bottom 5 or 6 spools is the polymaker HueForge fire pack. And then the 2 top boxes here are the Halloween packs, right? Then we had, of course, the cereal box is Chewy's 2.4 stuff, then the LVO motor stuff. And then we've got our Sparta 3D ABS Plus, Sparkle ABS Plus, that we bought at ERF. That we bought on Sunday at ERF, and it came in, right? Then we've got 2, 4, 6, 7 spools of polymaker here, which is all of the Starlight colors except for Starlight Twilight, which I already had on hand, right? We've got a couple of, I think that's Polymaker PC that came in. Let me double check real fast. Yeah, so we got a couple of Polymaker PC ABS that came in, right? PC ABS. I've got a couple of spools of, what was it, PA 12 carbon fiber coming in. And I also have 6 spools of polycarbonate ABS, sparkle polycarbonate ABS coming in from Sparta 3D. So, and that's not counting all the other filament that I already have sitting over here on the shelf or what's in the closet, because the closet is the filament warehouse. And by the way, this is kind of my setup. So I've got the dual stand with some lights up above it, my main camera, and my PC's down there for my stream. So my main camera is a Brio 4K. The camera that you're viewing through right now is a Logitech C922. I've got another Brio 4K that I need to get online. I want to do it as an overhead camera. Olerex, I've got easily a couple $1,000s in filament in here right now, because I've got a bunch of atomic ABS carbon fiber and PETG carbon fiber. I've got 2 spools of Polymaker Co-PA, which is PA6, PA12 blend, some straight PC Polymax polycarbonate, Polymaker PC Max. I've got filament downstairs too. Like I've got filament all over the place, and I've got 20 printers. 4 of them are over at Site B, which is Evil Diesel's house, about 10 minutes away. Yeah, it's crazy. And I've got this. Well, I guess this makes 21. No, I guess this drops me back down to 20 because I gave Gold Dragon the Rook 20 or the Rook Mark 1 to K2 Kevin. I've got 2 more builds here. I've got a third build that'll be coming, and that'll be the black box build. And I may have another one. Oh yeah. She puts up with me. In the dining room, I've got an Ender 5 Plus turn 0G Mercury 1 that I do all my helmets and large stuff on, a Prusa Mini, and an Ender 3 belt printer. I also have a Bugaboo and 2 Rooks sitting on the dining room table that aren't powered on right now, just because I don't have space to actually plug them in and start printing on them. Yeah, I think they say, they call that a problem. Yep, ads. Well, right now, John Strand, she is in Colorado again. And pretty soon they're going to leave Colorado and go to Atlanta. And then from Atlanta, they're going to go to New Orleans for a early childhood special education conference at the beginning of November. Then they're going to go back to Atlanta. And from Atlanta, her mom's going to go back to Colorado and she's going to come back here. And then at the end of November, she's going to Minneapolis for another early childhood special education conference. So when she gets back, I will take her to Pick and Pig for some barbecue. Not yet, John Strand, but I would be surprised if she's not lurking in the background just listening. and she'll pop up every now and then and make a comment. So normally when she's here, she doesn't sit in the stream because she can hear me talking downstairs. But when she's away on trips, that's when she normally jumps into streams to catch when I'm talking about all the stuff that's showing up at the house when she's not here. Because you better be well aware that a lot of those purchases happened like a couple of days before she left. So they would show up after she left. Yeah, she's a keeper. She's a keeper. She definitely puts up with me. He definitely puts up with me. All right, gang, while this runs, I'm going to run downstairs. I'm going to put you guys on mute. I'm going to run downstairs and grab that package that was dropped off at the front door. And yeah, I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. The long and the short of that was you were about to lose me anyhow because we were about to die on the battery. So I just plugged the batteries back in and I'm going to put you on mute and I'm going to run down and grab that package and maybe just grab a quick snack off camera. the other. Okay, and I'm back. So I just ripped the address label off. We're going to see what came in this box, because the thing it said came would be something that should have just been in a pouch, not a full box like this. So, oh, speaking of which, this was not even what I was expecting, which means that was the only box that was there. And this is our polyamide PA612 CF. So this is our nylon carbon fiber. We'll be using that on something down the road. Something that will need to be durable. Well, that's now confusing me, because where would they have stuck the other one at then? I wonder if this one must have been put in the mailbox as well. Oh well. We got a bunch of other stuff that's doing today, so we're going to get another Amazon person coming by. And folks, I am getting hungry, and I don't really want to eat on stream, but I do need to eat something, because I've had pretty much nothing but coffee today, and I'm starting to get a little woozy, especially running up and down the stairs. So we're going to let this print, and I just saw the notice that Jerry 3D HP is online. I'm going to raid into Jerry 3D HP, and I may actually jump on live with him and continue to show this after I scarf down some food real fast. So let me get that started. So I am going to get that raid started as soon as I see that he is actually live. Yep, he is live now, folks. So thank you all for being here. And I know it's been a long stream, but we've made good progress. Once we get this sorted out, then I'm actually going to do the main flow test and see just how fast we can push this with a 0.4 nozzle. But thank you, everybody, for being here today. It's been great to be back and chatting with everybody again. I've missed that over this last week. So thanks a lot. And we will be back on Tuesday for some more fun with this printer and doing some of the upgrades that we're going to be bringing to the table. So thanks a lot, all. We're going to go over to Jerry 3D HP now. I'm going to go ahead and get that raid started. Please follow me over there. And like I said, you will probably see me try and pop on going live over there in a short bit once I grab something to eat real fast. All right. Thanks, everybody. Please join me in the raid. And yeah, we'll see everybody on Tuesday.